Hello and welcome to the Overton Audios podcast. My name's Connor Chadwick.
And I'm James Sutton.
And on today's podcast, I'll be talking with Aidan O'Connor, Jed T.E, Rhodes and Dominic G Martin about their prospective 60th anniversary specials.
And we'll be also taking a look at the upcoming Torchwood releases this month.
And then finally, Abby Louise will be talking to James York about the TT 60th special. So, Mr. Sutton, how are you?
I'm good, thank you. I finally made it as host on the, or co-host at the very least on the Overton Audios podcast. I'm working my way up the chain. I will be host by next month. It's very exciting. I've been really, really busy at the moment, but I'm glad that we could make time for this.
I think as we both record right now and look at one another, we can see the tiredness on each other's faces. I mean, we kind of knew this was coming. This is. I mean, obviously, from a 60th anniversary perspective, there's a lot of content, as this podcast proves.
Yeah.
But then also, as well as that, you are very, very busy with prop making.
Yep, real life stuff has been very busy. I mean, obviously, as everyone can tell by the 60ths that are coming out, I've been incredibly busy with various 60ths. I think I might be in everyone's 60th anniversary special at this point. And I'm not entirely sure how that's happened, but you know, it's fun anyway. Yeah, no, very tired, and of course, you are permanently in a state of sort of tiredness.
Yes, I think oh my god, my eyes are red.
It's like Deadpool. You're kind of like, you know, like when he's in that little chamber thing. Spoilers for that movie if anyone's seen it, but that little chamber that keeps him seconds away from death. That's you with sleep deprivation.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh god.
Awake for a little bit and then tired, and then you know, like, that's that sort of thing.
No, in all fairness, I've been really burnt out since editing the 60th. I got some things edited, like the finale of Divergence, and I got the trailer for the 60th done last night. But I
mean, I think both for listeners, both me and Connor have been working on more Torchwood content at the moment.
Oh yeah. We've
been a struggle to get to the end of that series. We're going sort of bigger and bolder with that stuff than ever, and that's also sort of left us incredibly knackered. But yeah,
I've got a decent amount written so far, but then of course, then it has to get recorded and get made, and
the fun.
Yeah, indeed. And yeah, so basically what we do as well in the podcast is we kind of have a little bit of a reflection as to how the last month has been. Obviously, different hosts, so it's not so much how I suppose we could, because last time you remember the Chaotic podcast we did about a year and a bit ago?
I do, yep.
I suppose I can ask, how have you been since then?
What month was that?
That was, well, this is podcast number 44, and that was 26.
Jesus,
that was
that's 18 months ago. How have you been since 18 months ago, James? Go on.
How's your last 18 months been?
Well, what have I done in the last 18 months? They've been great. We went. They're out now, aren't they? So we went to Cardiff and we filmed in January.
All three minisodes written by you.
All 3 minisodes written by me. So it ended up sort of to tell the backstory of that event. I mean, they were 60th minisodes, so it is in keeping. Effectively, we planned this sort of trip away to Cardiff to get some other content. It was specifically the sort of alacrity and cravat content, wasn't it? With
it was meant to be originally the whole gathering kind of trip started out as just me, George, and Matt, and then you were like, "You're going to Cardiff and you haven't invited me."
I did say this because it is the place where Torchwood is very heavily filmed, and I was like, "Well, you've got to put the Torchwood captain in the Torchwood, setting. This is. I mean, this is golden." And so. Yeah, effectively from that moment, it was kind of what could we do with the 3 Doctors and Fraser Ward in sort of Cardiff area. And so I'd written a sort of Torchwood one, which was initially written as a kind of a standalone one. And then it kind of went, oh, but what if we put the blonde Doctor doing this? And then we could connect that in. And what if Cravat was doing that? And then it slowly sort of worked into a connected series of events. Because if you watch the Torchwood one, besides obviously the appearance of George, it's very standalone-ish in comparison. And then you start to see the sort of bigger picture unraveling. And so that was really fun to sort of get to do. And it was also nice to be able to write for 3 different doctors, some companions and all sorts, all set in Cardiff Bay, and see it come to life. And kill the blonde doctor. That was...
Yeah.
I mean, that's what happened.
Yeah, true.
No, it was good.
It was so cold that morning, though. I can't explain.
Cold. I mean, my scenes were first up when we filmed it. We filmed it in chronological order of sort of the minisodes. I mean, there was a bit of jumping around with when Cravat was stood watching Blonde and so forth, and some of the scenes where maybe I'm following. But when I was filming the first bit, it was like near 6 in the morning, 7 in the morning, wasn't it?
We got there at 6, and I think 6-ish, and then we started filming around 7. Yeah, around that. Yeah,
and that was January in Cardiff, so it was cold. Like, you can see that Fraser is wearing a variant he's never worn before and probably never will again, which is just as many layers as I could humanly fit upon my body. And so that was really sort of interesting to sort of try and remember great lines of dialogue, which I hate myself for writing for myself, whilst it's freezing cold.
And then, of course, we're filming it right next to a water tower.
Oh, the water tower. Yeah, there was originally a bit where Fraser was meant to touch the water tower, and we kind of assessed on the day that, no.
Yeah.
I was going to get my arm completely soaking wet and just freeze to death. I will have to say my favourite detail about those minisodes that some people won't have noticed probably, which is the fact that I, after filming my scenes, went off to get some like breakfast. And so whilst George was filming his scene, I come out of the sort of Tesco's or Sainsbury's or whatever it is just in the background, and you see me holding like a croissant, just sort of staring over at the filming, thinking, oh, they're filming there now, are they? And then thinking, oh, the camera's pointing at me. And then you kind of see me assess this and then immediately make a beeline out of the camera sort of view. But you can kind of see me for a very long time strolling. So that's one of my favorite.
You also, not to steal anything from Nidrach here, but you are wearing a hat.
I am wearing a hat. Not that that's a joke that's known yet, I don't think.
Yes, you'll find out, viewers.
You'll find out, viewers, what that joke is. That is an in-joke that is written somewhere into something we've been working on. So,
I'm tired. I'm so... God.
It's all right. It's. I feel like we can give that one away, and eventually, when they get to it, they'll go, "Oh!" So it's good fun.
Yeah. They'll have forgotten this.
They've forgotten this.
Yeah, they'll have forgotten it. Yeah, but no, it was really good to film that. That was beginning of this year, and then
the 60th. Really, I think that was like the first. Was that the first major 60th thing we done? I mean, obviously there've been.
Yeah, there was me, and then there was me in May getting so freakishly worried about the fact, oh no, the 60th is going to be late. It's going to be late. I think my one's the first one done.
Yeah, no, you were done, and then you started going, does anyone else need anything done on theirs?
Yeah, that's how I am. I'm currently helping out Aidan with the DWEM Singularity 60th now. Yeah. And then because spoilers for the next segment, I suppose, but Aidan and Isaac still have not started the DWEM 60th as of recording this. It's just a bit crazy. You don't really know where to really start, but yes. I suppose speaking of 60th, then we might as well go over to the segment with myself and sweet Daniel talking about the PRISM 60th.
Wonderful.
You seem distant. What happened?
I regenerated. My future self doesn't recognize his face. I'm not supposed to be. Then I see the faces of my past, where I'm yet to find out who I am right now.
We as people struggle to be the best person we can be. Throughout every individual's life, they go through stages. They go through an ending, and then a new beginning.
Overton Audios presents.
The future is about to be changed forever, and you will never know what you are truly a part of here today.
Something is changing this universe on a much grander scale than I could ever realise. If my life is diverging from the one I know, then who knows what untold effect it could have.
My name is the Doctor. We are in dire need of assistance.
When I fought the Black Guardian, he tried to destroy the multiverse. And when I was able to stop it, I realized that our dimensional designation had differed.
Doctor!
No! Doctor! Over here, the hoist lift.
On my way.
Hurry, the dust cloud, it's coming up, quick!
Hello, Ronnie.
Oh, it's you. New face, I see.
What are you doing in my TARDIS?
What? Where am I?
How did you get on board?
Rassilon, you're banished from Gallifrey.
And I have been busy.
I've got 2 people of interest with me.
Well, there appears to be a symbol on it.
Then I suggest we take a closer look.
This does feel familiar.
Oh, no. That's the seal of...
Omega.
Doctor Who, the PRISM 60th anniversary. The Conqueror of Time. Begins the 11th of November 2023 at 12 p.m.
And welcome back to the podcast. And I am here with sweet, sweet Daniel Patton.
Yes, because I got replaced by James. Hi, James!
Oh, no. It's a very, very busy podcast, sir. There's so much going on, and we are busy people.
I see how it is. I come back for 2 podcasts, you get someone else.
No. Oh.
I'm only... Yeah.
Yeah, we are here to talk about the PRISM 60th.
Indeed we are, yes, because it's been in the planning for some time, I feel. Because do you remember when I first talked to you about the idea for the 60th?
Yes, it was 3 years ago.
Yes, it was in August. I followed the idea in around August 2020.
Yeah, because it was a couple of months after Transcendence had come out.
Exactly, yeah. And I thought to myself, I like to do like another big event, but I feel since we just had Transcendence, be a while before we have something to this scale again. So I thought, what will be the next big event? The 60th, obviously.
Yeah, and you initially, and obviously I'm not going to give away too many spoilers here. That's not what I'm intending to do. But the original concept featured Rassilon as the main villain.
Indeed, yeah.
Where it was him, wasn't it him after? It was still after Hellbent.
It was, yeah.
Yeah.
Majority that did stay, but obviously there's been some changes towards the story.
Rassilon. When we see Rassilon in his current form, he's still in exile. He's not been brought back into the fold per se of Gallifrey and the Time Lords. He is still traveling the universe in his own TARDIS, although I feel like there's kind of a story in that as to how he got it, but nonetheless, he's got this big ultimate plan in order to save the universe from the Doctor.
Yeah, and I did mention like other things that were involved, and then you're telling me that then contradicts a few things, because I think Series 4 is yet to be released, like Resurrection Series 4 is yet to be released that time.
Yeah,
or what was airing at that time, or was being released.
Yeah, it was around that sort of time. Yeah.
So I basically for like the last 2 years was basically outlining bits and pieces what I wanted for the story, and originally I suggested you a potential. No, this was ambitious. My idea was to potentially have it be a 5-parter.
Oh yeah,
and that each part would focus on a particular Doctor sets, and would feature a villain, a particular villain, which some ideas still. If you because when I listened to it, I was like, some of those concepts were still very much in the episodes.
Yeah.
I don't want to speak about spoilers here, but particularly about Dom's particularly Dom's arc towards the first part.
Well, this was all being planned initially in its early days when we were still a part of DW 2012. So
Exactly.
we were really trying to pitch this to be a big collaboration. I have a very fond, it is still a fond memory, which is of when we pitched it. We initially said there'd be one story per Doctor.
Yeah, that was also our one, yeah.
Yeah, but then we realized it would be 10 parts.
Yeah.
And that's where the shock of, hang on, how many are there in this universe?
Yeah. And then that's just causes sort of like downscale some ideas then.
Yeah.
But yeah, this is
we always knew we wanted it to be 3 parts, or at least like a trilogy of sorts.
Oh yeah, of course. It was at most its highest volume was going to be 10, but we know that it was going to be no shorter than 3 parts. Yeah, which I'm happy with. I'm happy with the scale. I'm happy with everything that's been done for it. Originally I was meant to do the full writing for it, but I think I was going for my own things late last year when we needed to have it done. But also there's also changes happening within the structure of our universe. That's meant I didn't have the full context and knowledge to do so. I know you were still figuring out the logistics, so I sent you basically a sheet of all the story beats that I thought of, and then you implemented as well, like your own ideas.
Yes.
Like to mainly make Rassilon like a side villain for bigger threats, and I feel like with that there we create something much more unique, and it definitely sets up our universe.
It also it does leave, and this again isn't spoilers really. I'd like to think it will help to leave the door open for more exploration with both Rassilon, and of course by this point, by the time this podcast comes out, the trailer for the PRISM 60th, as we call it, otherwise known as the Conqueror of Time by most. The trailer has already been out for 3 days. The cover art and the trailer reveal who the main villain is, and that being Omega. Now, wasn't something we were originally looking at all because of obviously our connections to DW 2012. We knew it was kind of off bounds, but it was, we were trying to make a firm but pleasant statement of saying that we're now no longer connected.
Yeah.
And I felt like including what you wrote before, but adding Omega into the story as well was a nice way of saying, and really making it set in stone, we are no longer the same.
Yeah, I think that was a good choice as well. I don't know what to talk about Omega, but I realized, yeah, it was been revealed ages ago. Omega wasn't initially going to be in the 60th, but it was an idea we had whenever we had that big divide with DW 2012 to basically have him be used as sort of like the catalyst to help separate us more so, even at least because I know there's still some confusion amongst some of the audience.
There's still, I had a couple, actually, you know what, a couple of weeks, maybe a week, or I don't know, I can't, time's mush for me now, but like I had just a message, someone saying, what happened? And I'm like, oh, it happened like a year ago. They're like, oh no. And I'm like, I made a statement. We all made a statement. What? Yeah. And you know, some people who just miss it. And it was mainly because of the announcement of the Alacrity Doctor and the Frontier Doctor that have created the confusion between people not in the know. But it's very easily explained now. And also, as well as that, we can just say that we've made sure things are divided well because of this 60th 3-parter.
Exactly, yeah. I think what this does more as well, it helps bring our universe more together, because there were so many era gaps within the original timeline. But now, because of the 60th and because of events that are going to come out some point next year, all those era gaps will be filled.
They'll be closed off now. We'll have an actual coherent story, and we can think about now. And I'm not going to go too heavily into the ideas I've got for this, But you can think about narrative streamlines that each Doctor goes through that can lead into the new life.
Yeah.
And what I mean by that is obviously you've got your plans with the Lost Doctor and how that fits into the Irish Doctor's era, but yet when the ideas you told me help suitably set up the next life, if you know what I mean.
Exactly, yeah. And yeah, I mean the Lost Doctor story is an ongoing thing, but with everything else going on with the universe, it is helping me to sort of, I don't know, formulate what that Doctor is. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Without going to again, insane amount of spoilers if I were to give anything away right now. But yeah, working on the 60th has been a lot of fun, and it's been good to like do something that's, I think, even from you, because usually when we do something, it's usually very it's usually revolved around you or me. It's been nice that our doctors are more backseat passengers in this big event.
Yeah, because even though, I'm on the presentation art, I really wanted to make it clear as well through the trailer. The Cravat has watched and experienced all these things with the Nexus points, because that's how Julia Breslin died.
Exactly, yeah.
Like it hasn't 100% planned all of these Nexus point stuff since, but we've been discussing this idea since the 8 months after Julia Breslin died. That's it. Like it's been nearly 4 years now.
Yeah, exactly. And then,
but we've been planning it for a very long time, and it's now got to a point where we're able to make things work. Also, as well as apart from very select things, I feel like this will be mostly our departure to looking at so much multiverse stuff.
Yeah.
I feel somehow having every version ever possible of a universe to your disposal makes it really difficult to really pin something down. Do you know what I mean?
I get what you mean, yeah. And plus, I think now that our universe is at the point of the 60th, I think our universe is up and running to its full extent.
Yeah. No, obviously there are things like, like we see in Dimension of the Daleks, the Doctor, especially at that point in his life, has a dimensional stabilizer which enables him to briefly hop between worlds. I think that's fun to do, but you're stuck in that world and it's a 1-episode thing.
Yeah.
I do still like Doctor Who Divergence and what we've made with that, and that series will first series anyway will be coming to an end at the end of this year on the 2nd of December. We are hoping and eyeing up ideas about doing a second series, but that's the only place I really want to look at doing any sort of multiverse storyline currently.
I think sort of like Divergence and What If is sort of the same sort of vein as What If. It's a multiversal story that takes a look at sort of like a second point of view of a different universe, but it's not in a way that benefits the ongoing universe we're already in. It's just brief looks into what if this happened, or it's just I don't know. It's different in that sort of way. You know what I
mean? Yeah. Just to make clear as well, and just in case anyone's confused currently, Doctor Who Divergence does not link in with this 60th anniversary.
No.
What I will say though is that as a result of this event, there are a couple of Doctors whose adventures we'll pick up with immediately after this event.
Oh, very nice.
The one I will say for definite is the Doctor who's been announced in the trailer, played by Christina Baston, called the Elusive Doctor. She will be appearing in the final episode of Divergence, because that's when we arrive. All of these multiversal visits that they've been having, they finally arrive in the PRISM universe. And we kind of use the reason why they haven't shown up there before is because of the PRISM 60th.
Fair.
So when they do arrive, it's Elusive going, "Oh yeah, sorry, we've had a bit of a clear out ourselves." type thing. And I'm really looking forward to people really seeing the elusive Doctor at work. Obviously, it's like there are a multiverse of Doctors there who have been throughout the Divergent series. So it is almost like a multi-Doctor story again. But she very much takes the lead on this one. I'm looking forward to people hearing that.
Yeah, same here. Has much been said about the elusive Doctor in the
there's not been like an official announcement as of when we're recording this. I was thinking about doing one soon.
Oh, okay, fair enough.
But I was thinking about doing that after the trailer is out, because obviously Alacrity had his announcement, and then we've had the 60th announcement, which announced Dom. But of course, Elusive's not really on the cover, apart from one of those shards of glass.
Yeah, it's very Blinky and Mister sort of thing, not really full.
People can look at that and just think, oh, that's just a character. That's just yes, but that's an Earthbound character or something. They wouldn't necessarily know this without
the context.
The context, and considering that they're paired with Fraser Ward, I can see that. But yeah, we'll be making an announcement, I'm sure, soon about that after the trailer. But yes. Overall, when you imagined the 60th, where did you imagine us being in terms of our timelines?
In life, or in terms of the actual?
Oh, so in terms of the actual characters, like, did you imagine it? Did you imagine it as Cravat and Julia, or Cravat and Carly, or something like that?
Well, the point I was thinking about is Series 3 had been and gone, so it was potentially you and whoever was going to be your companion at the time. But I know Carly was going to be a one-off series companion, the sort of same vein as Martha was.
Yeah.
And so that's sort of that. Like, okay, so maybe you'll have a companion at the time, maybe not. So I sort of have a contingencies. You'll be companionless when with a companion, and you have two companions, which is like the one thing I did not plan for.
Yeah.
In terms of me, I knew my story, so I know I was gonna be fine. I was hoping Fractured Timeline would have been gone, and this would have been one of my last appearances ever as the Doctor.
Oh, how wrong you were!
How incredibly wrong I was! For life is a cruel mistress, and
yes,
she cannot let you go.
Oh dear, oh sir.
Because the 60th also marks 10 years of me playing the Irish Doctor.
Oh wow, yeah.
Yeah. 10 years of playing this character, and I'm still trying to kill him off.
Oh sir.
The bugger won't die.
There has been, though, I feel like a lot of nice reflections there.
Definitely, yeah.
Like we've been able to sort of look back on it all, and I look back to 5 years ago when I was starting to do this much more regularly, and this will be the 5th and final year that I'm doing things so strictly.
Yeah, I remember you telling me that coming next year, this schedule is going to be a bit more loose.
Yeah, like I'm not going to put down any dates. When things get done, they get done. I'm still going to be working. I'm now obviously working more collaboratively on things, or at least I'm trying to. For example, I'm obviously working with TT Productions. I'm working with the DWEM and What Fourth Wall group. I'm obviously trying to do my best that I can for Fractured Timeline. I know I was supposed to make the trailer for the Marinus Paradox, but that didn't quite work out, did it? No, I just every day I've just been so tired with work recently, and then it just time never seems to catch up with me. So this would afford me that time to be able to clear my head and get on with things as I need to get them done.
Yeah, that's fair, man. And like, no hard feelings about the Marinus Paradox trailer.
Thank you, sir. Oh. But yeah, ultimately this acts as what I consider a celebration of everything that we've all been working towards all this time.
Yeah, exactly.
And as well as that, as almost like a sweet farewell as well, in some cases to strict stuff. Obviously, there's stuff that's going to come out in December. I still haven't edited any of it. I'm in a little bit of a panic about that myself, but no, we'll get there. But ultimately, it really took it out of me making the 60th. I got into about a month-long burnout.
I remember you telling me about this. That it was a very stressful process for you to edit the 60th, and the 60th came out with 50 gigabytes in the edit.
No. What it was using that much memory.
Oh,
Part 2 is the largest in terms of all cast members and what's going on. Part 3 is longer, yes, but the characters are significantly whittled down.
Yeah.
So it's not as heavy on the audio tracks. I had about 40 audio tracks all doing something for part 2. And then when I went to click render, it wouldn't render. And then I went to my activity manager and it said 50 gigabytes are being used. And I was like, that's not good. And then I looked down, texted you that, looked up, and it said 55. I was like, oh, my computer is melting.
Yeah. So I think at one point, even when we had the 3 parts, we were still downscaling things because there was characters we wanted to put in that we just physically couldn't fit into the story. Like, do you remember at one point we talked about Devlin being the 60th?
Oh Lord.
Yeah. There's a big plan for Devlin in the 60th. He would have like a big part in the 60th, but we just couldn't make that fit in the end.
Yeah, we did really try and make it work, and I think we did our absolute best to get as many people in as possible. I mean, this is also one of the first big specials we've had that, I mean, doesn't have Julia Breslin in.
Yeah, I mean, Chelsea's in it.
Yeah, Chelsea's in it, playing an undescript character, but like,
yeah, she's playing Redacted at the moment, and she's playing Redacted very well.
Oh my, yeah, indeed. And then, yes, it's just nice having everyone in it, you know.
Yeah, again,
I think because we've got our little friend group chat.
Yeah, basically, we looked at a group chat and just like, okay, who's playing who?
Yeah. Luckily, there were some people who were already going to be established in future audios elsewhere, so we were able to kind of do their sort of origin story here, and hopefully people get what I mean when I say sort of.
Yeah.
But we were able to introduce them either way and get people to know them, and therefore, when it comes to the actual stuff they're in, you feel like you kind of already know them a little bit.
Precisely, and again, like going back to what you said before, it is a celebration of all the work in PRISM. Yeah, I think you feel that when you listen to it. It's like it has everyone that we could fit in. Torchwood's in it. We got James there.
Mm-hmm.
We've got Redacted.
We've got Hugo back as Colonel Stevenson.
Colonel Stevenson. Gotta love Colonel Stevenson.
Oh yes, very good. We've got, I mean, obviously this goes without saying as well, we've got Michael Cox as the first Doctor.
Yes, exactly.
And then obviously me, you, Nathan Carter, Peter Adams. We've got George Guidra appearing as the Blonde Doctor, this being the PRISM Blonde Doctor, not to be mistaken with the other Blonde Doctor that exists, the Watforth Wall Blonde Doctor. So many Blonde Doctors. And then, of course, we've got Matt Tyrrell as Alacrity Doctor. And then we've got Dominic G. Martin as the Frontier Doctor. And then, obviously, there's you, me, and then there's Christina Baston as the Elusive Doctor.
Yep.
Ooh.
I remember when I first saw the trailer, and there's a big wall of text of just like everyone who's in it. I'm just like, it's the most star-studded cast we've ever had.
The most cast we've ever had.
Yeah.
It's oh. It
it just melts the mind thinking. I got a question because I haven't seen it. How did you fit all those cast members onto like the YouTube presentation cover?
With great difficulty.
With great difficulty and great determination, I bet.
With great difficulty comes great responsibility.
No, sir. But
no, it was difficult. I was on Zoom with Motion Idea Films at the time as I was screen sharing and doing it, and he was kind of egging me on, going, "Oh,
someone."
Yeah,
he's like, because that'd be the worst feeling, like it coming out and it's like you miss someone. You miss someone.
Indeed. Well, in order to get everyone's reactions early on, I've sent down what they look like.
Oh my god. Oh my god, man.
Yeah, I know, right?
Well, the problem is these are all established characters, and that's the biggest problem when you have all these characters. It's because usually it'd be just like, oh, playing receptionist, but no, it's established characters. And that's what I'm looking at. Oh my god, part 2.
Part
part 3.
Yeah. Look at that list.
Jesus, man.
Yeah, I know, right?
We're never doing it again, are we?
No, not like this, no.
No. I think we basically said that the 60th was going to be the last big multi-doctor thing I think we do in a while.
Yeah, it's going to have to be because now, well, it's like we said before, we look at those, we look at the cover arts for the Conqueror of Time. We wanted to, it's the only time that every single Doctor ever is going to be involved.
Yeah.
Because Pete has recorded this and literally was finished as young. This is what we recorded there was his last performance as the young Doctor. But then we've also got, I mean, Nathan Carter as Northern Doctor is retiring at the end of this year, but we are mass recording in advance, so that stuff can still be coming out with him in, but he has asked that he now step away.
Yeah.
And of course yourself, you're trying to finish your series.
Yeah, because I think by the time I finish properly, I think that's just me stepping away forever at that point.
I think it makes sense too, because you'll, like you say, you'll have been doing this for 10 plus years. Nathan's 15th year is this year. Same with Pete. It's
time to hang up the fedora.
But yeah, but that's the thing. We have what you might call classic or old and new.
Yeah, it's a mix of everyone. I mean, we have 2 newly established Doctors. We have Frontier and Alacrity, who will presumably, I don't know the plans, will take up a lot of the reins going forward.
Yeah, we're going to be going into like a new era and stuff. And I obviously have mentioned that I have plans for how Cravat is going to go.
Yeah,
I know how many volumes there are left until he is gone forever, and it's single digits.
Ooh,
it's definitely, and that doesn't mean I'm saying it's 9. It's single digits, as in like we are close now.
We are close to the end game.
Exactly. But it was nice to have everyone appear. Like we have for example, we have in part 1, we have the return of Kate Lassman as the Rani.
Yeah.
And then we also have Luke Lane reprising the Master, the Master that he played in General Marsh in the Broadmoor Paradox, and then played in the Young Doctor Adventures Volume 3, as in Slavery of the Daleks. So he's only played that Master twice before, and we really wanted to kind of look into it further. It's weird as well because John N. Harper's not in it as the Master.
Yeah, I think one of our discussions for the 60th was potentially multi-masters as well, Because I remember suggesting to you that we get Damien's master, we get Luke's master, and we get John's master, and there'll be like a trio of masters all coming together in this here. But I feel like I think once we released Volume 1 of Mastermind, I had already had a multi-master thing. I think that really did it, and plus again to try and reduce numbers a little bit for the 60th.
Yeah, plus as well as that, John, I saw the reason why I would have had John appear ordinarily, but the reason I didn't was because of the DWEM Singularity 60th, where you and I appear as well as our doctors, but also that is also a multi-master story as well.
Oh, that's right, it is.
It's a multi-master, multi-doctor story, and that's so massive as well because the PRISM 60th, by the way, will be because that's coming out on the 11th, 18th, and 23rd of November, whereas the Singularity 60th comes out daily from the 19th to the 23rd. So even though we've got this story coming out, there are a lot of 60th stuff involving us about to come out with other variants of the master and everything. It was just because I really wanted to lean into Luke Lane's master and really try and establish him a bit more. Establish the fact that number one, we haven't forgotten about him.
Yeah.
And number two, that I just feel like he's one of the main masters that's not really been seen enough.
Yeah.
But yeah, indeed. Other than that, I think the 60th has turned out really, really nicely.
Same here. I'm proud of it. I'm proud of what you've done with it because I know I sort of left you to do most of it towards the end, which
you're all
sorry
good,
for, and I appreciate you doing, man.
Oh, you're all good. You're all good. All as well.
But yes, I hope everyone enjoys the 60th.
Yeah, I do as well.
Yeah, I hope everyone enjoys it. Anyway, shall we go back to you and James in the studio?
Yes, indeed. Thank you so much again, sweet Daniel, for your time. And yes, I will return to myself and Sutton in the podcast. Very well.
Very well. Thanks for keeping my seat warm, James. See you next month.
Yes, welcome back to the podcast. And that was a lovely segment with me and Daniel talking about the PRISM 60th, I hope.
Yes.
Yes, very good.
No.
Yeah. No. So, yeah, of course. But no, speaking of PRISM and tie-ins, because we've got a couple of 60th tie-ins happened. Spoke to John, for example, John and Harper last month about Mastermind. The final episode of Volume 2, the fifth and final episode, which includes stuff to do with the DWEM, which is or DWEM or Doctor Expansive Multiverse, however you wish to call it. We're doing another tie-in episode with that, but with Torchwood Solo, the Arsenal of the Gods, which is written by yourself, sir, and Andy Monlongman.
Yes.
Let's talk about that.
What is that? A sarcophagus? Well, that's fascinating. Wait. That looks like it's opening. Oh my God. No! Wait! Please stop!
Yes, of course. Well, that was sort of born out of my innate love for Indiana Jones and like The Mummy and all of those sort of adventure movies, kind of things to do with sort of archaeology and so forth. It was actually I was sitting in the cinema watching the new Uncharted movie, the Tom Holland one, and I thought Fraser Ward would be a good character to do something like that. Like he's he lends himself to this sort of, you know, story. And it's, we don't actually see him often separated from a doctor or the team or whatever. And I thought it'd be interesting to actually send him off on a solo adventure to do just, you know, this thing on his own. And so that's how the story sort of originally started. And then it was kind of, actually, we could make this tie into, you know, the sort of 60th stuff that's going on at the moment. And so we kind of just played around with it from there and ended up with what we've ended up with.
I mean, yeah.
Has it been out by this point? I'm trying not to say anything about it, but have I, like,
it's coming out as of when this podcast comes out. It's coming out tomorrow.
Oh, well, tomorrow you will have this to look forward to.
Yeah, this is coming out on the 8th of November. This podcast is coming out on the 7th. So the trailer for Conqueror of Time will already be out, which is the PRISM 60th. And Mastermind will already be out. So, yes.
Yes.
But yeah, no, it was really interesting because it's also Fraser in the future. We've only really looked at him a couple of times in the future, because I think sometimes, and I don't think we lean into it too much. At least I don't think so. Which is a lot of the current stuff we're doing with Torchwood is still set in like the mid 2010s.
Yeah, that's the thing that is quite mad to get your head around, with the fact that Torchwood Volume 1 was meant to be a prequel series to a Torchwood series we were meant to be doing set in present day. And so we went back in time to start telling these stories. And so it's just been set in 2015 onwards, basically, from then. So like the current volume is only 2015, 2016 time. So we are still, you know, 7 years away from present day. And so this story does take place in present day. Arsenal is 2023 base, which is like, oh, it's the future for where we are usually in Torchwood, but it's actually, this is where Fraser is right now for us, and what he's doing currently. So that's really interesting to play with, because I think the furthest we've gone with him so far is like 2024, when he popped up in the Cravat Doctor stories.
Yes, he appeared in Earthbound, where he appeared in the second and final part of The Lost Man, and then in the Ice Warrior two-parter with Unit.
Yeah,
but of course we've also been sure to keep things as vague as possible, because we don't want to let on what plans we've got for the future of Torchwood, but we also want people to be able to listen to it and have it still fit in without being too vague.
Yeah, so we want to keep it in keeping with how we tell the stories, but equally, it is always a fine line to tread, knowing that our current volume is set 7 years before this point in time, which means if we mention anything, you know, offhandedly, then it could mean a massive spoiler for something that happened in the past, which is our present as we write most of these volumes. You know, something obvious like going, oh, this character has perished, I'm afraid, and so forth. So it's
yeah,
it's very much a case of being like, yeah, I'm just having fun without mentioning anyone specific. So we're doing our best to make sure that everyone can enjoy it, but equally to make it still in keeping.
And without getting too spoilery about it, I will say what my favorite scene is, and it's the scene when Fraser's in the McDonald's.
Yes, the McDonald's scene was born out of an in-joke, but equally it's actually something that has happened to me in real life whilst frequenting the restaurant known as McDonald's. Other restaurant chains are available. And I don't know if your podcast is sponsors or not. But no, effectively, it was, yeah, it's you'll see the main sort of joke of that scene, and that actually did happen to me in real life. A lot of Torchwood does happen to me in real life, and I just kind of think, oh, that was funny, I'll write that down. That was sad, I'll write that down. Or oh, that was God, that was awfully depressing. That's going in the Torchwood script.
Yeah, that's how it goes.
So that's how it usually rolls. But yeah, no, that is one of my favorite scenes as well. I had a lot of fun with this one, because I think when you do sort of solos and stuff like that, you can sort of break away from the story arc for a little bit and get to just explore a character, or put them in a different funny situation, or a more complicated, interesting situation, and so forth, and see how they kind of do. It's like putting an ant under a magnifying glass and just seeing what happens when you turn on the sun.
Yeah.
I mean, I never did that as a kid. I just kind of stood on them. I'm joking, of course. I actually used to, I used to build like small rock forts for them. This may be like exposing some sort of undiagnosed illness. But I used to build like rock forts for them, and watch them live in the kingdom I'd made for them. I was very friendly to the ant.
The singular.
Just the one. I had a real cool buddy called Deck. But it was Deck.
Yeah, I got it.
I'll leave. This is why I haven't been invited to be the co-host before. This is
I like the quick thinking. I always admire the quick thinking and wittiness of it all.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, it is what it is. But yes, anyway, besides ants and their microscopic kingdoms that I've assembled for them, it's just good fun just to sort of play around with these characters, and especially play around with them in a time, because I feel like I get so sort of into the mindset of, oh, this is 2016, this is where this character is, this is what this character is doing, and so forth. It was lovely to kind of be in a sort of open waters space of going, this is fine. I'm not going to bump into anything at the moment. I just never need to mention him doing anything ever. He's just live in the moment. But yeah, no, it was good. I find a lot of the scripts that are kind of born out of because most of the cast that was in this one as well, we had a Zoom call, and basically anyone who was in the Zoom call played the character that they ended up playing in the thing in the read through. I was going, would everyone help me read through this script just to make sure it's all works and everything like that? And then when we did that, we kind of just went, right, everyone can go off and record those lines. You will just be that character. So it was quite nice how quickly it sort of came together, and sort of teamwork and everything like that. With these things.
Yeah, exactly. And it was nice, and because it was planned for quite a while, and then it came to a point where natural busyness came along. So it was originally going to be completely written by you, and then as we've explained earlier in this podcast, life is you've had a very busy 18 months.
Yes, I've had a very busy 18 months, and effectively Emon stepped in just to, like, we'd found a sort of working process together where he would he's very quick at writing things, very good at sort of filling out a script very quickly, and I would sort of come in and refine it effectively and just go over it and go, okay, well, if I took that and I moved that around there and made sure that character said this and this character says that, and just because when Emon writes things, he would often forget where he left off, and he just would keep writing. So like he'd get to like page 14 and be like, cool, I'm done for the night, and then he'll go off and he'll come back and he won't bother to read the first 14 pages, and then suddenly I'll just go through and go, well, what's this massive contradiction down here? Why is that there when he said this earlier? And he goes, I just didn't read it. And I go, I see, okay. So we found a good sort of working process where he would sort of do the big sort of bulk of it, and then I would come in and just sort of tidy up the house a bit. But it came out really nice, and I think it's one of my favorite ones we've done, actually. It's just fun.
And the costume variant as well in the cover art.
Yes, the costume variant was an interesting one, because I knew I needed to take some different pictures for it, because like Fraser's I've got loads of pictures of me dressed as Fraser for cover arts, but the problem is he's meant to be somewhere warmer than he usually is meant to be, which means it would be weird for him to be on the cover art in this warm place, shown up dressed in a trench coat and 3 layers and all black and everything like that. So it was like he needed a kind of desert variant effectively, and so it was one day I came back. I'd actually, some people may know, but I'm a prop maker in sort of real life. I'd done a photo shoot with the actor Paul McGann, and whilst I had done that, he played the 8th Doctor. For anyone who didn't know, I'm sure you've never heard of Paul McGann, especially being audio fans, but effectively he'd done a photo shoot with me, so I'd taken all the pictures and everything, and I just put on this outfit that kind of was a bit 8th Doctor-y vibes. Like the color scheme's a bit sort of like what he wears in the Doctor, minus a waistcoat and some big boots and the green coat and so forth. But when I got out of the car, I was looking back at pictures of me and Paul sort of stood next to each other, and I thought, oh, this outfit looks quite deserty Fraser Wardy if I was to ever describe one as that kind of outfit. So I was like, right, could someone? So I got my dad to literally just take my camera and take a picture of me outside my house quickly in this outfit to go, that will be the desert variant. And yeah, so that was nice to sort of get a new one. I enjoy, because there was a point where people would go, oh, put on the Fraser coat, and I'd go, he's got multiple coats. We just never got around to filming any content, so it just looks like I'm wearing the same coat every single time. But like, he's got like 4 coats that like are in rotation, and jackets and so forth, and other variants. He started to crop up with a little bit more variation. Like he's got like a silver suit as well as a black suit, and a few other different looks, effectively, that you'll start to see sort of appearing across cover art. But this is the most sort of, I think, radically different from what he usually wears, considering it.
But it also, because of the drastic costume change, he does look older as well.
I think that's also because all the pictures we've currently got are taken of me like a few years ago, and I've just gotten older in the meantime.
It's also but it's also your hair's a bit more sort of like your hair. I think is a bit shorter as well.
Yes, my hair in the original pictures we did was a sort of longer, sort of puffier kind of quiff thing, and then it kind of sort of swooped over thing, and then it moved into being a bit shorter, a bit more sort of practical, which revealed the receding hairline, which I think is what probably makes me look much older. I'd also stopped dyeing my hair by the time I took the pictures for Arsenal, whereas I did dye my hair in the other one. So I think I've got like a lighter sort of hair color, whereas now I've got my sort of natural black, which has like gray hairs mixed in. So I think I just look a bit more sort of weathered over time. And also I think I've got a thicker beard now. Like I had like a more sort of thin stubbly beard, whereas now it's becoming more of a sort of actual beard. So I think that's also sort of contributed to making me look a little bit further down the line, because everyone knows when you're trying to make someone look older, you just give them a beard.
Yes, very much so. Now, speaking of DWEM 60th Titans as well, I talked to Aidan O'Connor, Jed T.E, Rhodes and Dominic G Martin about the DWEM 60th, What Fourth Wall 60th, Doctor Arkytekt, and then eventually the DWEM Singularity 60th. So shall we go and listen to that?
We should, definitely.
And welcome back to the podcast. And I'm joined by Aidan O'Connor, Jed T.E. Rhodes, and Dominic G Martin. Hello, everyone.
Hello.
Hi. It's a much more crowded segment than I'm used to. But nonetheless, we're going to be talking about everyone's projects regarding leading up to the 60th. So we'll start off with Aidan first. Aidan, we're going to talk about the DWEM 60th. So that's not the Singularity 60th that we'll be talking about in a minute. It's the 60th that relates to the Doctors that are hosted on the DWEM YouTube channel.
Long ago, very long ago,
we thought he had been banished.
Sent into the darkness.
Forgotten.
But now,
somehow,
he has returned.
Through the shadows,
following our every move.
Our friends.
Our lives. He is preparing something. A plan of great proportions.
Threatening our past.
Our future. In order to stabilize these attacks,
we must band together.
We must unite.
Yes, that would be currently at the moment. That's as announced currently from I think it was August, September time. It was Moonlight, Constellation, Venture, Navy, and Burgundy. It's going to be kind of and that's called overall Two Heart Imitation. It's a story, it was, it's a really good story. I think, myself and Isaac are currently working through that. Isaac is obviously Motion Idea Films, and he's, it's a really, very interesting story, because it's like I don't want to say too much about it, because obviously it was only announced a while back, so I'm trying to keep everything light in what I speak about. But it's very much been a co-writing project, and we've really tried to come up with some interesting ideas in how myself and his doctor come into it, because obviously we'd be a lot of stuff has come up without us on DWEM, and this in a nice way, it's sort of a way for us to also bring in the others, into this kind of thing as well, along with the other 60, obviously the other 60th that's happening. And I'm really happy with how we are developing this sort of. There's a mystery in it. I don't really want to give away too much about said mystery, but it's definitely something that we want to, start fleshing out over the course of the story. We're hoping for it to be, a long enough one. Obviously, it's just that, obviously the fact that we have, I obviously have the other 60 I'm working on at the moment, and Isaac is, currently focusing on on some stuff himself, and we're just, I do think it'll be a really nice story when it comes out, and it'd be a great chance for it to, showcase off these doctors and what way they all work out together here.
Yeah, because originally, until recently, what we are now calling the Singularity 60th for a long time was called the DWEM 60th, and that's something that you and Isaac have decided to shift some titles around, mainly because, and again, we'll talk more about this in a bit, but the DWEM 60th that you're currently making now better reflects the people who have since joined.
Yeah, it's. I feel like it's more of a. I like to call it the sort of the Singularity Saga thing now, because it envelops nearly everybody in a way. Like, and this is more of a smaller story. Like, it's kind of a smaller story that's less universe ending in a way, that's more something subdued, and it allows us, to just, at least. I mean, I look at it as just. It's one way people are getting a lot more content out on around November, so it's fantastic.
Yeah, because I think we were discussing before as well that in terms of both DWEM and What Fourth Wall content, the 60th, whether it be whichever one that's coming out, because obviously there's 3 surrounding it, they all help to sort of really kickstart the content, because this year there's been some doctors here and there who've had some content that might be isolated in their own self, but help build up towards the 60th, or just to help bring some context. So, like, for example, you've had some Burgundy stories. You're doing something for Halloween that you've announced. But also Isaac has been doing Navy with Fragmented volume. So as a result, it was something that I was saying to Abby, actually, which were about this, which was it very much helps to kickstart everyone. It's almost like an introduction for all, whilst allowing people to still have their post-generation stories, if you get my meaning.
Oh yeah, it's like, I think it was, this year's really been a start off for DWEM. Like, it really trying to properly kickstart things and get it going. Isaac's done an incredible job with Fragmented, and it involves a lot of different doctors, including one of the people on this podcast currently. Actually, 2. Sorry, I'm just miscounted, but oh no, I wasn't talking about myself. I forgot I was in it, but
I forgot you were in it as well.
It's it's really a nice way to just introduce everybody. Like, I know, and it's introducing people, like how with Burgundy. I know Burgundy's had obviously the prequel that came out earlier in the year, and obviously that Christmas thing that came out, and it was they were great little things, but when Fragmented came out, that was introducing him at just a random point in his life that people can just jump in and watch listen to what he's doing. And this is kind of the same thing in a way. It allows these doctors, because I believe that for example, Moonlight or Constellation or Venture, they all will have their time to tell their backstories and whatever the way they want to develop that. But this is just to say, this is where the doctors will be. This is the doctors at that current point where they're just the doctor. That think that's it's a point where it's stable. I like to call it a stable point.
Yeah, fair. And there's how so what's the rough story for the, without spoilers, of course, because this will be coming out before they even are out. What's the rough story?
The rough story I can give, obviously I don't want to give too much away, because obviously this is in writing with Isaac at the moment, so I'm trying not to spoil too much, but it'll be revolving around there's something happens with geez, I really need
too many 60th, isn't it?
It's thinking about the spoilers as well. Like,
you can say rough premise.
Yeah, rough premise. There is something that happens like basically unit, and the doctor the doctor is called in. Unfortunately, it calls in more than one, and it's sort of, and the tale starts to really unravel as more of these doctors show up, and it's really trying to find who's behind this, who's done this, and what and why, and it all relates back to different people, and it's something that, like, I don't think we're obviously still in the production of it at the moment, so we're really trying to develop things, but it's a lot of setup, and it's good. I don't think it'd be too obviously big convoluted kind of stuff, but it's more of just trying to find out this mystery and who is the one that's been causing this, that would bring them all together. I'm really trying not to spoil it.
Yeah, of course. And when are you aiming to have it out for?
Hopefully sometime in November. That's obviously we do what we're really trying to speed run the production of it as we go along. I know obviously myself, I'm working on two projects. That's a leap, but I think I'm working on it with Isaac, and Isaac is been very good with getting his production underway and getting things sorted, and we're finding new ways to make things go a little bit quicker, and it's working out. I think we're imagining it to be at least a one-parter, so it's not too it's not as massive as the other beast we'll talk about later on. But it's I think it'll be a nice little story that people can listen into and enjoy, along with the other incredible stuff that's coming out.
Indeed. And of course, thank you for that, Aidan. And moving on to, like you say, other things, we move to Jed to talk about the What Fourth Wall 60th.
Coming soon from What Fourth Wall Productions.
Wow, this is the well.
The one person who's remotely like us. One person we thought could understand what being us was like.
What I'm sure is that they betrayed us. They always betray us. We trusted them, and they let us down again and again and again. And we let them do it, because we're too stupid to learn from our mistakes.
Doctor Who, The Dark Side, Invincible, The What Fourth Wall 60th Anniversary Specials, coming soon.
Oh God.
Okay.
So first things first, for the benefit of anybody listening to this who doesn't have a fucking clue who I am. Hello, I'm Jed. I do things and stuff. You have possibly heard the music I did for George's introduction in Crimson Hunter when the Blonde Doctor showed up in Crimson Hunter, because my Blonde Doctor theme showed up in that because I did a Blonde Doctor theme. So yeah, I don't know. Where do I start with the What Fourth Wall 60th?
How's it going?
Okay. A bit of context to my sudden screeching. The 60th anniversary. It would be very fair to say that the 60th anniversary has been hanging over my head like the sword of bloody Damocles, waiting to fall. It's really because I have been working this year on, let me think, 60th for What Fourth Wall. I script edited the 60th for Something Blue. I wrote a 60th for Man at Desk Productions, and I've been working on the other thing that we're going to talk about later as well. So that's a lot of scripting, and then I had to do a lot of editing, and I've actually had to, for like the first time in years, I've handed off editing to other people just so I could not panic so much about editing, which is like a first for me. And then obviously I compose a lot of things as well. So I have been working my little tush off for the 60th anniversary. But no, so What Fourth Wall is an interesting one because the 60th anniversary that we've got it's written, it's in the process of being recorded. So I'm obviously like people are getting lines into me, and once I have lines in, I will edit the thing. And it's a bit of a weird one, to be honest, because that 60th was never intended to be a proper 60th initially. Well, no, because obviously through a series of circumstances, which I shall not go into, I was never meant to have a channel separate from DWEM initially. So initially, like the Groovy Doctor, the Blonde Doctor, the Goblin Doctor were all on DWEM. Then we weren't. And we started What Fourth Wall as part of the same umbrella of stuff, but a separate channel, which worked out for the best in the end, just because from that we then started doing things like getting Iris Prindle and Lucy Spencer in as different doctors, and obviously my wife as a doctor, which is really exciting, and that might be the most exciting part about that. But we got to sort of broaden the horizons a bit. We're telling some really fun stories with that stuff. But the initial plan for the What Fourth Wall 60th, the thing that would become the What Fourth Wall 60th, was when the Monarch does a speech and then Channel 4 does the alternative Christmas speech.
Yeah.
Yeah, the What Fourth Wall 60th was basically the Groovy Doctor's alternative 60th anniversary special. It was designed to be a little bit subversive, a little bit more personal. It was initially designed because I knew all of the like doctors that people give a crap about were going to be in the thing that's become the Singularity Saga. So I was like, I'm just going to get a bunch of doctors that didn't get invited to the big fun thing. So I got Groovy, then there's a couple of guys like me and Matt from Man at Desk, so I have my Man at Desk Doctor in that as well. Then I have George's Man at Desk Doctor in there as well. So it was meant to be like this smaller scale thing that was a bit about, like, for want of a better term, it was a bit like poking at the thread of what does it mean to do an anniversary story? What's it mean to do Doctor Who stuff? Because obviously with the Groovy Doctor being a fourth wall breaker, he can sort of stare at the audience and be like, what does it mean to be a Doctor Who fan film Doctor? And you can't tell, audience, but I'm staring at you. That's right, I'm staring at you. This is the Groovy Doctor voice, so I'm staring at you from beyond the fourth wall. And my God, you people have some sick Google history. But no, so, it's one of those things where it was very subversive. And then all of a sudden it went from being the subversive side 60th on a bigger channel on DWEM to being the 60th of What Fourth Wall. And there came a realization that I had like a little while in, where I was suddenly like, okay, now that I've put Groovy Volume 1 there, and we've got Blonde Short Trips Volume 1 and Groovy Volume 2, and Goblin stuff is coming out, and all this stuff is coming out, and oh fuck, the 60th has to actually be a 60th now, because otherwise So I sort of turned to everyone, and I was a bit like, so this has to actually be a 60th anniversary now. Do y'all want in? And yes, they all wanted in. So it's become a bigger thing, which is fun. It was a bit of a ball ache because juggling like the amount of like if I were to look at the cover for it now, I'm literally going to have to go look at the covers that I've saved on my phone of that 60th just to get a sense of how many of us are in the damn thing. Oh God. But it's like, so off the top of my head, I'm in it 3 times because I'm actually playing. I'm playing the Groovy Doctor.
Mm.
Then I'm playing a character called the Judged Doctor, which is, without spoiling too much, a parallel version of Groovy without the fourth wall breaking abilities.
Oh, okay, that's cool.
So again, without going too much into it, there's basically like parallel versions of Blonde. People watching Overton should know there are parallel versions of Blonde because y'all fuckers are getting a Blonde too. But you know, so obviously there's the Blonde who becomes Matt Terrell, who you know has his own stuff going on. There's the Blonde who becomes me, and we kind of have to get round to writing and telling that story soon. And then there's going to be another version of Blonde that becomes this Judge Doc. So he's in it, and there's a nice bit of interplay. Because I ended up doing a Todd Stashwick impersonation for that because I just decided, screw it, I want to do a Todd Stashwick impersonation. Fuck you. And then I'm also in it as the Nth Doctor from Man at Desk, who is hilariously, he's obviously in the Man at Desk 60th, but I also ended up with him in the Something Blue 60th. That got announced, so he's everywhere. He's everywhere, so which is nice. And then obviously sorry, I'm pulling up the art. I'm pulling up the art so I can list off all of the us's who are in this thing. So Star is in it as the Frozen Doctor. Matthew Mills is in it as the Goblin Doctor. Josh Griggs, eccentric Doctor, actually debuted on What Fourth Wall in Heart of Divinity earlier this year. But eccentric Doctor is back in this 60th as well. Rory Guest is in it as the Techno Doctor, which is really fun because the Techno Doctor is a grumpy git about being in multi-Doctor stories, and it's amazing. And then you've got the Inverse and Neon Doctors, and how best to say this? How best to say this without being too spoilerific? Boundless appears,
okay,
and there are 2 versions of Blonde.
Oh.
Oh yes, yes, and don't worry, Connor. It's not Prison Blonde. You can.
I wouldn't have minded anyway.
I know you wouldn't have minded, but you know that's the sort of thing where I imagine one day it would not be too much of a stretch to imagine that one day there will be a story where we kind of have to go, yeah, Prison Blonde's got to show up in this one. It's not this one because I felt like,
I mean, we talked about it a year ago. I'm going to bring it up with you. I'm going to bring it up with you and George.
Oh no, we need to have that conversation. But like, I thought there's a metric fuckton going on with this thing that's only going to be 2 episodes. So you know, it's packed. But it's the fun kind of packed, and there's a lot of there's a lot of stuff in there that's, without going into like the big spoiler, because there's a big fucking spoiler that I can't tell anyone. I mean, I don't give a shit about spoilers. I don't give a shit about spoiling stuff out the wazoo because I run under the assumption that nobody gives a shit about the stuff I do. But I know other people care, and I know other people that I'm working with would probably care about me spoiling the big reveal. So there's a big reveal. The consequences of that are the whole fucking crux of the 2-parter. So the only other 3 things that I can tell you are the titles, which are The Dark Side and Invincible, which are, so the entirety of Groovy Volume 3 is Muse song titles. So those 2 songs are a couple of my favorite songs from Muse's back catalogue. The second thing is that it all takes place on the planet Gateway, which enterprising listeners who give a shit about these things may remember the planet Gateway from the multi-George special on from Rassilon Productions from his Dark Days saga. We surpass new faces. So the planet Gateway is back, not for the last time. I'm going to keep bringing Gateway. I swear to God, I will put Gateway everywhere because Gateway is just it's the kind of weird mystical crap I love putting in Doctor Who these days. It's fun. And the only other thing that I can say is there are 2 musical numbers in this 60.
Oh, fair enough.
And if you really want, Connor, I can send you the first of the 2 because it's the demo version is recorded and you can actually slot it in here to terrorize the earballs of the poor sods listening to this if you really want.
Yeah, go on then.
So yeah, apologies for all of you who had to. I mean, to be fair, I hear my singing's okay. I sang for Dom once. It's fine. I sang for fucking Remnants. So I feel like my singing must be okay. And to be fair, like because the 60th has been such a sword of Damocles hanging over my head. Because it was really stressful, and because I hit Doctor Who burnout, especially, the only way I could get the 60th script finished was, ironically, to sort of go back to the start and think, okay, I started writing this thing as a sort of personal exploration of a bunch of feelings I was having with my personal relationship with the fandom and Doctor Who and being a fan doctor. So I brought all that stuff back. It permeates certainly the most of the second episode of the 60th, and the musical number is very much about that. Both of the musical numbers are very much about that. So yeah, it's interesting. It's very interesting. It's fun. There's other stuff going out on the 60th as well. So there's obviously Inverse is having a little 60th special all their own, because Iris is a really fucking phenomenally talented writer, with some really fun ideas. And they wanted to have a story where Inverse meets the First Doctor, so that is happening.
I'm very much I'm watching that with an eager eye.
Indeed. And other than that, the only other stuff that we're doing 60th wise on What Fourth Wall is actually a couple of bits leading into the Singularity Saga, which we can talk about more when we talk about the Singularity Saga. But I feel like I've sort of made up for the fact that I've never been on the podcast before by talking for fucking forever. So I shall shut the fuck up now, and I shall let other people talk. Yes, that's right.
Well, very well then. Thank you, Jed. And we move on to Dominic G. Martin. Hello, Dom.
Hello.
Well, hello, dear listener. Once again, you have made it to my realm, my palace, my zone where many a story is told. Isn't it just delightful? For I am the Arkytekt, and well, today we have a special one for you. One so new that it's still developing as I show you. But now, we go down to the planet Earth. We visit Torchwood, outside the government, beyond the police. We witness a team in mortal danger from dangers untold, but only one being in time and space can save them. It's time for the remnants to be unleashed.
Hello there. I'm the Doctor.
I'm so sorry, Captain Awood. I don't know what I was thinking. I lost track of time completely.
Mr. Ward, once again you're late. It's getting to be quite a habit. I know you're still fairly new here and that you didn't have the smoothest introduction to Torchwood life. You have a lot to live up to. The legacy your father
Please, don't tell him. I've had a small history of aliens, so it's not shocking or anything. Tell me, did you ever meet the Doctor? She's a friend of the family.
This is no time for games, Doctor, and I'm certainly not in the mood to play along. You say you're lost or whatever, but I need to know the truth. What have I got to do with this?
Something has tied us together. I'm not sure what, but I'm gonna figure it out. That's where I need your help.
Is that why you keep appearing in my mind?
Have you lost it?
He's a danger, a trickster, and he's done something to the Doctor. I know it.
Oh, you're scared of me, aren't you? As you damn well should be, child.
Child? Old of you to say. But remind me, who's in the handcuffs here?
Have you lost it?
He's a danger, a trickster, and he's done something to the Doctor. I know it.
You forget. You're not a god anymore. You're human now, which means you obey the rules the flesh sack bestows upon you.
What is that?
Oh dear Jesus, what has he done?
That's the rift. It's opening again. Wait, don't go.
You have 5 seconds to tell me why before I lose a limb.
I can stop it. It's risky, but I know how to tame him. If you leave, we'll lose the rift forever.
Explain.
This isn't smart, Arky. This is reckless. What about the Doctor?
We love reckless things.
We don't know what he's capable of. Ethan, you have to trust me on this.
I won't stand for it. It's too far.
Amazing. Isn't it just? The benefits of a corporeal form.
Who, for all intents and purposes, is a god, falls. Wait a second. Then that means... So, it seems we're at an impasse. There is a man out there who looks just like us. Or rather, me. Isn't that weird?
And we're going to talk to you about Doctor Who Arkytekt, which is a series that you make revolving around the character of the Arkytekt that you play in Doctor Who Remnants, which you've done 2 series of so far.
Indeed, yes. So Doctor Who Arkytekt is very much a spin-off from Remnants, but it's its own beast, really, because obviously Remnants was an anthology series. The Arkytekt played the role of being more of a Rod Serling type. He was the overseer, the narrator, and all that jazz. So
a bit like the Watcher from Marvel's What If type thing.
Yes, exactly. It's a similar, admittedly similar concept. Even though I was there technically second, but also first. But yeah, but the thing with Arkytekt, the series, is that it takes the Arkytekt character and turns him into a fish out of water. It is like there's a term for it. Isekai anime, sort of. It's very anime inspired. So isekai anime, for those who don't know, is when a character is transported to a fantasy realm. They either die in their primary realm or something like that, and then they get taken to this other room that they have to become well acquainted with immediately. So this is that for Arkytekt. This is him being thrown out of his realm and then thrown to Earth in the near future. So he is 100% unprepared to deal with this. He's been stripped of his powers. This is completely alien atmosphere. He's got to deal with this now. So I wanted to tell a story of to develop the character more, because I feel like the character himself could do with, like, he's not just the big, hello, I'm the Arkytekt and the remnants shall be unleashed, etc. He's more than that. At the beginning, he wasn't envisaged as anything more than that. But as I played him more, and his involvement in Rassilon Productions' Dark Days inspired me to actually progress the character a lot more out of that role and into more of a protagonist. So whilst he is a protagonist, he is not necessarily good. He's not an especially great person, as you will come to see. But he is still very much a person who goes for the greater good. Now, the series itself is going to be set in Earth in the 2040s, and it's a spiritual sequel of sorts to a potential outcome, shall we say, of the current of your ongoing Torchwood series.
Indeed.
So,
indeed.
Because obviously James Sutton will be playing Ethan Ward, the offspring of Fraser Ward. So James and I have been speaking about that, and we decided, it's a good angle to take is if this series is set in a potential future. So not necessarily the future that your series is going to go in, but a potential spin-off series that follows down a potential path.
Yeah, variables.
Yeah, a variant destiny, which I think is really cool. So obviously we have him playing Ethan Ward, a very different character to Fraser Ward. He is a bit more street, shall we say, and he's a bit less patient. He's younger than the rest of the Torchwood team, and he's a bit more inexperienced. Well, he's very inexperienced compared to them, but he has his own way of doing things and his own way of wanting things to be done, and that is what really drives him. So when he connects paths with the Arkytekt, it's very much a case of a trial by fire for him as well as the Arkytekt. So they're both trying to get to know each other. Added to the mix is the actual Torchwood team itself. So obviously Jed is playing Marcus Hayward, a descendant of Alistair Hayward from the Prosperity episode. I can't believe I forgot the title of my own episode. It would be edit this. The Prosperity, Remnants of the Prosperity. Oh God, I've actually forgotten,
isn't it? It's Prosperity.
Thank you.
I only remember that because it used to have a Soyuz class starship on the cover.
Yes, that's the one. Oh my goodness. But yeah. So please cut that out. That's embarrassing for me.
No.
But yeah. So Alistair Hayward from Remnants of the Cyber. sake, I did it again. Prosperity of the Cybermen. Yeah, so Alistair Harewood from Prosperity of the Cybermen. And decided to go back into the past of that sort of character archetype as a leader. So obviously Jed plays a very commanding figure in this current iteration of Torchwood, of the city of Neo Keys, where it is set. It is very much a city that tries to thrive itself on technology, but still being not too dissimilar from how things are now. It's still only like 20 minutes in the future, shall we say. There are some elements that are a bit more futuristic, but some that, you know, you can't really go too far. It's not like doing massive jumps, because I was saying to my flatmates the other day, like, I can't really imagine there being a base on Mars in the next, 30 years, shall I say? Like in Waters of Mars. Whereas in 2009, it may have felt like that, but it's important to keep the technological advancements subtle.
Like, I suppose you do things similar to, like, oh yeah, look how the phones have improved, because they're always going up and up. Like really subtle differences, stuff that we kind of see improve over time. You've just taken a few generations further, sort of thing.
Yes, exactly like that. That's the thing.
Cars
We just
and
got to keep
phones
it.
and stuff.
Yeah,
nice.
Weaponry, all that jazz. So alongside Marcus, we have Esme Gallen, as played by the wonderful Daniel Patton, who is shall we say, the voice of reason of the team, the level-headed, like, person who's keeping the glue together of the team. And it's been wonderful, obviously, to work with Jed and Anya on these characters. And they've put in such sterling performances, I must say. Anya was very I remember conversations with Anya. She was very excited for it, and I think you'll enjoy this Torchwood team. It's a different kind of Torchwood team to what people may be used to in the Fraser Ward series, or like obviously the main Torchwood as well. It's very different, but hopefully you guys will like it. And of course, the series also features the other key character, that being the Doctor. And this one is a very different kind of Doctor. This is the Valor Doctor, as portrayed by my very good friend, Kenna DeValla. Kenna DeValla is been on board with the project since basically day one. They were my first choice to play the Doctor in this series, and they have done an amazing job. This Doctor in particular is a bit more, how should I put it, soft-hearted in a way that contrasts a lot with the Arkytekt. And they have this particular dynamic because the Doctor is much like how Arkytekt has been thrown to Earth and has to deal with that. The Doctor has been thrown from her TARDIS and sent to the Arkytekt's realm, which means that it's just like a completely new ballpark for her as well to deal with. And it's absolutely insane. So these two characters now have to basically coexist in the same headspace, because the Arkytekt still has the connection to his realm, but the Doctor is now occupying it. And so she's in his head, and he has to join forces with her of sorts. And that is not easy for him, because he's used to being a very individual character. And so now he has to work with the Doctor and work with the Torchwood team as well, which has taken him under their wing involuntarily. So we've got the first 3 episodes. I mean, by the time this is out, the first episode should be out. And that would be Remnant of the Fallen God. And that would be the Doctor and the Arkytekt's first meeting, the Arkytekt meeting the Torchwood team. Most of the Torchwood. Well, he'll be meeting Ethan, and then he'll meet the rest of the Torchwood team in the next episode. And it also will introduce the big threat for the series as well. And of course, that is a spoilerific thing that I'm not going to reveal just yet. But what I will say is that those who have kept up to date with a certain series of yours may be a bit more clued in. So,
indeed,
you know what I'm talking about. You know what I'm talking about.
Indeed, I think I do.
Oh God, no.
No,
but no. It's been a long time coming. This series, been working on it for about 2 years now. So it's been great to finally be on the precipice of actually like getting it out there. The first 3 episodes, at least. And I really hope people enjoy it because it's been a brainchild of mine for a very long time. And it's been a joy to write the scripts and bring these characters to life and give more life to the Arkytekt because of my characters. He has a particular special place in my heart because he is the character that is furthest from me at this point in terms of what has been released of the characters I played. Because whilst he may share my overdramatic tendencies, he is more of an anti-hero, and that's a lot of fun to play.
Yeah,
because I don't often get to play anti-heroes, and I like it. It's a lot of fun to just.
I find anti-heroes can sometimes be more interesting because they're kind of the realistic hero. If you look at it that way.
That's the thing. I mean, he is a bit of a dick at times, and he will cross into sort of that. Is this guy supposed to be likable? Sort of boundary. There's a particular scene in episode 1 that if people haven't seen yet, then definitely check it out. That definitely will leave the audience with the thought of, what? And I think that's a lot of fun to play around with because you have the Doctor being this focal point for the audience, being like, this is like, she is the hero, and she's the good cop, he's the bad cop. And
I like that.
I think it's a cool dynamic to have.
Yeah.
So, yeah. Though, and obviously we have the tie-in. The 3rd episode.
Yes, I was going to ask about that. Yeah, with the 60th tie-in.
Yeah, the 3rd episode. I mean, how much are we giving away here?
You can say who's in it.
Okay, cool. So the 3rd episode it leads into the Singularity 60th.
Yes.
In the way that it'll explain how the Arkytekt and the Valor Doctor are in that story, as well as appearances from 2 DWEM Doctors who have delightfully been a part of the journey, whilst not featuring in the Singularity 60th itself. Their involvement in that whole saga is still relevant because we have the Moonlight Doctor, as played by James Sutton, who'll be encountering the Arkytekt, and we have the Navy Doctor, as portrayed by Isaac Blake, who meets the Valor Doctor. And so they have a small mini adventure of their own, and it is great to have those 2 involved, both putting in stellar performances and bouncing off our characters very well. And it was just a joy to write and a joy to work with them. So honestly, it was. I hope people enjoy that because it helps develop my characters through their meetings with those DWEM Doctors, and I think you'd be very, very pleasantly surprised with the whole adventure.
Well, that's good. That's good. I mean, I've seen some of the cover arts that you've made before, and it's very. I don't know how to say this without being too spoilery. It gives me a Blade Runner vibe.
Yes. So obviously we've got Dan and Isaac working on covers for Arkytekt, and they've done amazing jobs. I mean, the first cover was done by Dan, and that is glorious. Hopefully people have seen it at this point. And the 3rd cover made by Isaac, and it just gives such a vibe because that's the kind of vibe I want to go for this series. Is that sort of futuristic, sort of vapor ravey Blade Runner-esque thing. It is kind of cool. It's just great.
Really good.
And they're so talented.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's been a joy to work with them on this. It's been a joy to work with everyone.
Now, as we've all been talking about our individual 60ths, well, a lot of names have been recurring because we all collaborate with the same sort of circles. But that, of course, leads into the Singularity 60th, where we all are in it, basically.
Yeah.
Old Tom Bombadil was a merry fellow. Bright blue his jacket, and his boots were yellow.
Did it work? It's done. It's gone. Planet Earth. Dead.
The universe will collapse.
The Earth can't be that important.
There's a hole in the fabric of reality where the planet Earth should be. That hole in reality could create a singularity, pulling the rest of the universe in.
Well? What do you mean, well? We're flying the TARDIS into a singularity. The entire multiverse is collapsing. This isn't exactly something I do normally.
It's some sort of spatial anomaly.
A what?
It's a hole in the fabric of reality. It's pulling us in.
Doctor, the gravity's feeling.
Oh, hold on.
Yeah, Doctor.
What's this? A homing signal. It's catching the TARDIS's attention. But it's not of this universe. It's very far away. Could be dangerous. Alright, old girl. Into the unknown.
Identify yourself in the name of the Lord.
In the name of the Lord?
Oh, hello.
If the multiverse is collapsing, if that thing, the singularity, if it's tearing all this apart, then why hasn't this place been touched yet?
How exciting.
They will need a ruler and their masters.
We've been brought here by the same anomaly, have we not?
This is really bad. You don't know the half of it.
The Cybermen.
We must gain entrance to the TARDIS.
We're surrounded by Daleks.
Alert! We have located the Doctor! I also know that everything lost today has a chance to be saved. And that chance lies with me.
That's so much fun to have to deal with.
Oh, friends, companions I've known. Oh, you know, I'm sure.
This is the last universe.
Hi. I think I'm ready now.
Right, I have an idea.
An idea?
Well, the Oxford Learner Dictionary describes it as a plan, thought, or suggestion, especially about what to do in a particular situation.
Oh my god, I know what an idea is. What is the idea?
The time has come, everybody panic, we're talking about the big one. Dive! Dive!
Yeah. So that's been in, like, it was started, the concept.
Forever. It's been in production forever. It has
I believe it was actually October 2021. I've got a little clip on my phone from February 2022 of the first Zoom call where we all went and read it initially in its original form.
Oh my god.
Everyone came dressed as their doctors at that point. But you gotta realize as well, this was made pre-DWEM.
Yeah.
Like, DWEM was a concept still. Like, it was just a concept. It was just...
Yeah. This was like everything was being sort of talked about in the loosest spot. But there was... It's really weird because I reread... I don't know if it was that initial draft. It was certainly one of the early drafts when it was still meant to be a fan film. And it was an entire...
my god, yeah, I forgot
and it was,
the fact it was visual.
Yeah.
No, and it was an entirely different monster. I mean, like I don't know how much I want to go into it. I mean, like, for example, I was in it, the Purple Doctor was in it. I don't know if this was pre-Arkytekt, but it was like back when we still thought we were gonna get the Purple Doctor in it, you know.
Well, this was pre split. Yeah. So
you know, this was a while ago.
That really ages it.
But you know,
Really
like it's been in the works like a very, very, very. I could keep saying the word "very," and it would probably still not cover it quite well enough, dear listeners.
I remember as well. We did a first draft read, and there were some notes. It was initially it was between myself, Dom, James Sutton, and I think it was Aidan as well, wasn't it? You were giving some notes as well. Because it was Emon who wrote it, and then we were giving notes for our doctors on there because it was still very early days for the development back then.
Is this why you guys are all on the story writing credits?
We read it and gave the most notes.
Yeah.
It was back when there was, I think, the first draft had not Arkytekt in it, and then the second draft did, but it went too chaotic in terms of the story.
I mean,
that's the first doubt we had about it. Like,
if I can give like the listeners some context of how, like, when I initially read like through the whole thing, me and Eamon have written the first one, and that was sort of a co-writing thing, and then I got busy with uni again, so obviously I kind of had to go off and do whatever. So he went and redrafted, and then I read it, and then I won't lie, near the end, my brain was starting to fry because I was trying to make, literally, it was like a maze. I was trying to make my way through the whole thing, just like, wait, what?
I remember that there was a scene.
Wasn't there a scene where everybody's doctors were mind swapping with everybody else's other doctors?
Oh my god!
That's the one.
But I was just sitting there thinking, like, bitch, nobody knows fuck all about the Nth Doctor. How's anyone going to do that voice? Fuck off.
That's the thing. I was genuinely thinking that's the thing, that it'd be impossible to do that in an audio form. That, like, mouth swapping and mind swapping, that only works really in a visual medium unless you really dedicate a lot of excellent sound design.
It doesn't work with other doctors.
No, because it's I mean,
there have been some Big Finish stories where I think there's a story called The Curse of Davros where Six and Davros swap minds, but the way they both talk is so distinct, you can tell.
Yeah.
The thing is, here
that's
these
also
are all
two different characters as well. So,
like, but these are all the Doctor, so it's like they're all them. Like,
I mean, to be candid, like, unless you started doing really broad mockeries of people's voices, you could not pull that off.
No, I remember there was one where it says Cravat says, as Irish, come along, Maggie, and I'm like, you're not expecting me to do an attempt at an Irish accent, are we?
I mean, the amount of people who would probably just have done Bagpuss impersonations instead of doing your actual voice, Connor, it wouldn't even be funny. I
like my cravats. Lovely cravat.
Lovely cravat.
That's the thing. I think the problem with that draft was just like it was too chaotic, and they had characters there which are really underserved, and I think,
which is important. This is the thing that strikes me. This is the thing that strikes me most importantly, and this is the thing that I'd like to hope every 60th has done. Is you're never going to get all the characters to have equal time in it, but you have to make sure that every character has a moment, which is like, this is this character is here doing this character things. Which I know when I took on the very latest draft, for example, I really did my best to sort of keep to that, because I may have added quite a few characters. I'm so sorry, Aidan.
I was going to actually get onto that bit in a minute, because I was going to actually thank the amount of people that have been involved. Because I mean, I'll do it now, just so obviously if we forget that.
It's a big list.
Oh, I've got the list right in front of me now. So
go ahead.
All right, I won't name the characters. People can work out, obviously, from the names of certain characters because of the teaser that was recently released.
Yeah.
So, big thank you to Connor Chadwick, Chelsea Lagan, John and Harper, Daniel Patton, Anya Patton, Nathan Carter, Joanna Baker, Matthew Dufton, Kate Lastman, Dominic G. Martin, Kenneth DeVeller, James Sutton, Larry Young, Sean Keating, George Guidra, Connor J. Sumner, Aidan O'Connor, Matthew Tyrrell, Jed T. Rhodes, Lucy Spencer, Iris Prindell, Rory Guest, Abby Louise, Sue Rhodes, Connor J. Sumner again, Star, Law, Matt Barrett, and Lucy Smith.
Fair play for the special thanks to yourself there, Aidan.
30. That's 30 names. That's 28
I
names.
just wanted
That's
to
28
say-
names. That's 28 names if you take out the fact that James Sutton shows up twice and Connor
I just wanted to say thank you
shows
to
up
everyone.
twice everywhere. I have
Firstly,
to just,
Aidan
like-
O'Connor. I also wanted to say thank you to James Sutton and James Sutton.
Thank you, James Sutton and James Sutton. You know,
You couldn't have made it more obvious you were reading the list.
Oh, God.
It's just like, you know,
he
just
could have
so-
made it more obvious. He
It's
could have
just, you know,
tried.
boosting his old ego. It's just, you know,
Yeah, but
I just
no,
remembered as well. I just remembered something about that second draft that I wanted to mention. It began as well, this Singularity 60th, as trying to get every single fan film Doctor ever to appear in live action.
So there was.
But I remember because when the second draft got written, Eamon had added even more people to the list, and in the stage directions, he listed all the Doctors who showed up, and I think it was an audio by then. And when they all showed up, he never gave any of them lines. So it goes, So he goes, these Doctors show up and stand triumphantly, and then you never heard from them again. And you're like, they're not in it then, are they?
That's the thing. I remember in that original draft as well, there was a scene where it was like the Purple Doctor, the Arkytekt, and I think one of the other Doctors as well that I play. It was either Frontier or the other one, against the because that ain't been announced yet. And they against my master from the Divergence episode. So that's me doing like 4 roles in the same scene. And I'm not sure my voice ain't that versatile, mate. It's just like, but it's gonna get destroyed. They're not gonna know.
Does that mean that we're not gonna get We Surpass New Faces Part 2 with like you?
Dom destroys to outdo George.
George can take that. George can take that. He can have that.
Oh no, I directed George for that. George can take that.
Yeah.
Then we had the third draft, which was one that we all agreed on. And that got recorded at the beginning of 2023.
Yes.
Yeah. So it took a whole year.
I'm assuming it would have got recorded. I don't know if I took my sabbatical at that point from everything. But yeah, I assume it would have been around about then that it was starting to get recorded.
Yeah, I think the final lines came in around April or May. So
yeah,
that was the first 60th kind of recorded. And then it was around the summertime that we did that 4th revision, wasn't it? Like we added more of the fourth wall side.
Yeah, so that was an interesting one. Because I'm going to sit here and I'm going to think very carefully about the chain of events that happened. So it was never a given that there were going to be Fourth Wall Doctors in the DWEM 60th. It was never a given anyway, because the thing was written before most of the Fourth Wall Doctors were a thing. I had not been asked to be in it as Groovy, and so that's why Groovy was having a counter-programming 60th anyway. And then around about the time... So, basically, without putting too fine a point on it, there was a conversation about whether DWEM and Fourth Wall were going to be separate entities. That was a conversation. I don't mind admitting that was a conversation, because, you know, it was. And that conversation took an abrupt turn in the direction it was going to take for various reasons, which then led to a conversation about, since we're actually now not going to make these separate entities, would it be worth putting some more Doctors in the DWEM 60th? So there had to be some reworking anyway, because character changes and stuff. So basically, because I'm stupid and insane, and because I clearly have no sense of self-preservation when it comes to my mental health, I looked at this 175 pages in Google Docs, which needed reformatting, for which I should very much thank Lucy Smith for reformatting for me, because that would have killed me. And I sort of looked at that and I went, okay, I will do it. So I in the space of, what was it, a week? In the space of about a week, I went in and I had to rewrite all of George's scenes in that because the character that he was initially with, we replaced with. Am I allowed to say we replaced that with the Venture Doctor?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
So I did that. I wrote an introduction scene for the Venture Doctor to the saga, which is one of the two things that's Singularity Saga related going out on What Fourth Wall. So there's going to be a scene where we, without spoiling how this happens, because I don't want to spoil how this happens, we are going to introduce the Venture Doctor and throw him right into the meat grinder that is this fuck off massive 60th, because we are clearly sadists like that. So a lot of what I was doing was basically writing the introduction that people will have to Venture.
But you were also at the time saying, because this was written 2 years ago, way that the Blonde Doctor on What Fourth Wall has developed since then has changed so much. So I mean, it needed a read through anyway.
I mean, I don't want to sit here and comment too much on the way characters were written, but I know that George had thoughts that that since there was an opportunity to sort of address certain issues that he was quite happy with the opportunity to sort of go in and actually go, yeah, actually, this interaction feels more appropriate to the Blonde Doctor. This interaction feels more appropriate to where the character is at this point in his life. You know, these interactions feel more true to the state of that character. Because, I mean, for one thing, we shifted where in Blonde's life that entire adventure takes place, because it was meant to happen after a certain milestone in the original draft. We pulled it back to before a certain milestone. And that milestone might actually be pushed back in Blonde's lifetime because, you know, we have the opportunity now to do that. And we were able to do things like bring in Lucy Smith as the What Fourth Wall Charlie Chalice, which is amazing because she does an absolutely phenomenal job as that version of the character. You know, so it was an opportunity to sort of really dive in and go, actually, yeah, let's re-examine how these characters interlock, re-examine how these characters interact, and within the very stringent limitations of what we're able to do, we're going to try and make this all fit together really nicely. And can I just say, by very stringent limitations, dear listeners, I mean I was not allowed to rewrite any dialogue that had been recorded already. So I had to go in there. I had to go in there and slot in and color code new dialogue. And you know what? Fuck me if I didn't actually do really well, because I got 195 pages out of it. I added a bunch of new characters into it. So like now, Inverse, Neon, and Boundless are all in it, and Eccentric, and Techno. Oh, no, not Eccentric. Sorry, it's Constellation now, isn't it? It was going to be Eccentric. It was going to be Eccentric. There was scheduling issues because there's a million things going on. Now it's Constellation. But the point is, I managed to get all those characters in there, and I still only had to rewrite 2 lines from Anya. For which, by the way, Anya, if you listen to this, I'm so very fucking sorry. I tried. I honestly tried. That was the one scene. That was the one scene where I couldn't cut around what had already been...
I know what line it was, because I was watching the Google Drive live, or the Google document live, when it came up to that line. I saw you highlight it, and it stayed highlighted for a few minutes, and then changed. And I was like, there's no getting around that line.
Well, no, because like without getting too much into spoiler territory, the circumstances in which we meet Venture are radically different than the circumstances in which we met the character who was previously in that slot. So, you know, it's one of those things where it's like, yeah, you kind of had to fix a couple of things. But you know what? As well, I got to do all sorts of other fun things. So, you know, it's really nice to sort of go in there and actually, just by adding in lines, change the context of a few things. So, for example, without spoiling anything, I got to get James Sutton shot again. So you know, poor James Sutton was already getting shot. That's not much of a spoiler because it's James Sutton and he's going to get shot. You don't know. You don't know. You don't fucking know. But, you know, I got James Sutton shot again by a character that, you know, by the time you listen to the flipping DWEM, like the Singularity Saga 60th stuff, when you hear that character do that, you will know who that character is. If you pay attention to What Fourth Wall, pay attention to What Fourth Wall, and you will find it entirely appropriate. I should think that James Sutton is getting shot there. You will find it entirely appropriate, and indeed, you may even be rooting for him to get shot, which is all I'm going to say. Or you may not be rooting for him to get shot, but you know, that's up to you. You can think what you want. But
But no, also, so there was one thing that I sort of, this is a personal thing. I was not ever 100% satisfied with not being in that 60th in any capacity. By the time we got to the last bit, because it's like I was in one draft, but that was when it was a fan film draft, and we didn't expect to be able to get me into film for very much. So, you know, and then I was sort of cut down and then cut out. And then for some reason, in the big meetup thing that was written, the only lines I had were me being incredibly bitter, and then somebody saying that I was being incredibly bitter, and I was like, okay, sure. No. Literally, it was me. The only things that appeared in the only time I appeared, I was saying to a couple of other fan film doctors, you know, I bet all these other doctors got to get involved, and then they were like, is he always this bitter? I don't know who he is. I sort of, to be candid, that sort of rankled a little bit. I was never 110% satisfied with not being like involved in the Singularity Saga 60th. But the one thing I sort of thought to myself when I was asked, can you fix this? And I sort of went in, I was like, I can fix this. The one thing I did sort of say to myself was, I could just put me in it, but that would be really fucking egotistical. So I put my wife in it instead. So my wife's character, the Boundless Doctor, is considering that I had to like slot in a bunch of new scenes and stuff. I'd like to think that the Boundless Doctor is actually really prominent now in that script. Which you know what? It's the Boundless Doctor, not the Singularity Saga. The Boundless Doctor is possibly one of the most chronologically important doctors in the DWEM timeline, because she is the 2,010,000th Doctor and the last. He is the 2,010,000th Doctor and the last. I should remember the pronouns. Boundless as a he, him. But no, so Boundless being in it is important, I feel, for DWEM, basically, because, you know, Boundless is the very last. And I'm not going to tell you the mechanism by which I make sure that Boundless is the motherfucking last, but I promise you, Boundless is the fucking last. So, you know, but because of that, having Boundless be there, especially since, if all goes to plan, Boundless's first proper special is coming out on Halloween. But you know, Boundless being there and Boundless having the last line of dialogue in the entire thing, which is not a spoiler, that's just like a placement thing. Boundless having the last line of dialogue in the entire thing, I felt was a really important way to sort of tie up the Singularity Saga in a nice, neat bow with a character who, by virtue of being 350 million years old, is capable of sort of being that kind of aged mystic figure, essentially. And also of course the fact that he's like 350 million years old meant that I could sort of go, yeah, they can't actually do all these plot vital things because massive time space rupture. Fuck you, timey-wimey. So, you know, it's fun. So yeah, I made my wife the most important Doctor in the thing by accident, because I may not be
virtue.
But no, I may not be a rank egotist, but I am, as Sue would say, a fucking simp. I admit it. I am a simp. And you know what? I have zero regrets. And you know, sitting there recording the lines for recording Sue's lines with her was joyous. That was an absolutely joyous experience, and I loved doing that. I loved that she gets to be part of this big thing, you know. And I am in it a little bit, tiny bit. I should say that.
I could definitely say, Jed, you know, you're like, you know, for dear listeners, I am the person editing this big massive behemoth at the moment, and I will say, as I've listened through pretty much all the lines at this point, nearly, you know, your direction in helping Sue with the lines, well done, sir. You know, it was a really nice cooperative effort there. You know, I've never really seen that. I've never really seen that with other people recording.
I think it's very honourable.
Mm.
I think it's very honourable, like making. Yeah.
I mean, I didn't want to be an egotist. I didn't want to be an egotist.
No, that's the thing.
You know, it's one of those things where, you know, I was asked, due to circumstances, this needs a little bit of fixing and tweaking. I felt like if I'm being asked to fix something and the first thing I do is put me in it, that comes off really egotistical. But you know, the thing that I'm not comfortable being egotistical about writing or being in things. I am comfortable being egotistical about music. I'm a massive egotist when it comes to music, and I'm really excited to score this fucker. So yeah, I could talk about that, but I've talked a lot, so other people should talk first.
Dare I ask, are there any other funny stories that anybody wants to say before I move on to questioning Aidan?
Oh my god. Do we have any funny
I remember
stories?
that to read through every single draft, it took us 4 to 5 hours.
Yeah, that's the thing. Yeah, it was quite
me doing
laborious.
a Nathan Carter impression for one of them, which, to be honest, I should have been better at doing a Nathan Carter impression than I was, because he's from the same town I'm from.
Oh
yeah, I remember you put up a video about that. Because Nathan Carter's from like the sort of Five Towns area. I don't know if he's from Pontefract or Nottingley, but I know when he's filmed on like a footbridge and stuff that was very near my house where I grew up. And he's filmed at Pony Racecourse, where I fucking, you know, I used to walk there with Sue all the time. So, you know, I should have been better at doing a Nathan Carter impression than I was. I was not.
And Dom, were you saying something about funny stories and stuff?
Yeah, I mean, my main memory obviously was those read-throughs and just the creative process of it. And I mean, I don't really have funny stories as such, but a general reflection on the entire process. I'm very happy that we managed to get to this point, because there were various points where you're just like, okay, right, needs a bit of tweaking, This is looking good. Is it going to happen? Up in the air, but we got there. That's the main thing. And I'm very glad that obviously Jed was able to come aboard and clean it up and, you know, include all these other awesome characters into the mix and make it really feel like a proper event status beast, I believe. Because it really does feel massive now.
I mean, it felt like event status before. I mean, I'm not going to like dispute that it's going to feel more event status than it would have, but let's not beat around the bush here. When the first version of the trailer went out, it was a fucking phenomenal success for DWEM. And
it got 3,000 views.
No, it did phenomenally well. You know, I think you know, by virtue of the talent that had been attracted to it, and by virtue of the goodwill that had been built up around it, I feel like it was always going to be a phenomenal event regardless. You know, I feel like that sort of the key difference now is it feels more linked with DWEM and the DWEM timeline than it did before. And whilst I think, and the sort of the rest of the Singularity Saga stuff helps with this, it does still feel like a multiversal event. It feels like it's sort of reaching out, and I know there's stuff going out on Overton to do with the Singularity Saga. There's stuff obviously that you're doing, Dom. You know, and there's stuff going out on What Fourth Wall as well. You know, so there's 2 prequels, one with Inverse and one with Blonde and Venture, going out. You know, ahead of the Singularity, like the main 5-part Singularity Saga itself. You know, that makes it feel like a true multiversal, multi-Doctor event. Which you know, I think, and let's get real here. Unless we're all incredibly sad bastards, this will probably be the last big anniversary we all do.
More than likely.
I mean, guys. Okay, so I'm saying this right fucking now. Unless people are gonna start like whipping out checkbooks and shit, I am not doing this in my 40s. This year nearly killed me. I am not doing this in my 40s. You will have to drag me by my ear and put me in front of a keyboard to get me doing anniversaries again, because like you know, the 50th damn near killed me when I did the 50th. The 55th damn near killed me. The 60th damn near killed me. I do not have good luck in terms of my mental health with getting these things done, so it's going to be interesting. It's going to be interesting to see. It's going to be interesting, I must admit, to see who's actually doing, because realistically, like, who is going to be doing it by the 70th.
Probably me.
I ain't.
Probably
I
me.
ain't doing this forever.
Do we think we're all going to get wheeled out by Rory in 10 years' time for the 200 doctors?
Oh God,
the 200,
if
200 doctors.
If any of us retire in the next 10 years, I feel like we would come back and record something, but it wouldn't be us making.
Oh yeah,
we'd come back and record something to reprise the role, but we wouldn't necessarily be working things. Although me, I'm insane. So I can see. I've got things.
Tobey Maguire and Andrew Garfield.
I've got things sort of roughly planned until 2027 currently.
I mean, that's the thing with me. I get you. I get that. I say that I ain't gonna be doing this, but realistically, in 10 years, if someone asks me, when everything's in the dust, hey, do you want to come play Arkytekt for one last adventure? Do you want to come play Purple for something like 10 years for the 70th? You know, I'll damn well say yes, because you know what, that'll be a throwback, and I always will still have that love. You know,
I'll reiterate the words that David Tennant once said in an interview. I'm an old whore. I'll come back for anything.
Duly noted. Duly noted.
Aidan O'Connor, 2023.
I'm an old
whore. I was about to say.
Now, Aidan, what you do on your own OnlyFans account is your own business.
I still think, and anyone who knows Aidan's Instagram, go to that photo of him dressed as Spider-Man only in his underwear. That's where the idea came from.
First off, it was swimming shorts.
Sorry.
That makes it so much better.
But speaking of fun, like we were saying about what Aidan was saying, I still remember the conversation from one of the very early days when we were like, how are we going to film this when it was going to be filmed? And it was going to be filmed across a year from summer 2022 to 23. And I said, what are we going to do about TARDIS sets? And Aidan said, build them. And I'm like, oh, all right then. Who's going to build them? You said, Aidan, you said, no, I'll look at everyone's interiors. I'm going to design them, and I'll get a couple of lads down, and we'll build them. And I went, okay. And me having worked in construction, go, what's your construction program? What materials do you need to buy? And you went, I'll build it then. I'll build it in like 3 weeks, and it would. And you only said wood. And I'm like, what about the light?
Had such dreams.
You were ambitious, foolish, but ambitious.
I admire the ambition, though. You've got to admire the ambition.
I admire the ambition, dude.
I'll say this, right. When initially, I'll give two stories. Initially, when it started out, me and Eamon were scared out of our minds asking like Connor and Dan, like initially, because originally it was just going to be like Irish, burgundy, Kiwi, and then cravat, and it was just going to be a very small thing. We didn't think it was going to get massive, and then when it got to the fan film part, I look back in hindsight at just how would that have even worked with all the characters we wanted to get involved.
I remember, didn't it start out really, really small, like really early days? It was really small, and then the idea came from let's get as many cameos as possible, and then it literally turned into let's not make it a small story anymore. Let's do this, and then it just went huge.
But I'm just sort of thinking though, wouldn't it have been really easy to do Cravat's TARDIS? Just get a really, really, really big floodlight.
Oh,
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
I did look up, and my TARDIS is made of really nice sort of glossed vinyl wood with nice sort of lantern type lights in these sort of like glass roundels in the wall. So it wouldn't be so bad to do because it is wood. So when you said get wood, I was like, well, yeah, there you go. You're halfway to my TARDIS there already. But no, it started off very much like that, and then very much like a fan film. And then, I mean, last summer, 2022 came and went, and I was like, so when are we going to start filming? And then it was like, we might make this an audio. And then, But then, of course, we then talked about doing live action minisodes around it, of which that quickly went out the window as well. And then just went.
I mean, live action stuff has happened, so there was some live action stuff filmed. So I feel like I don't know. Ambition is good, but the one good thing that I think has definitely come of having the time is having the time to temper that ambition and actually go,
yeah, this shit's impossible. Let's scale it the fuck down, or scale it into a different medium.
Well, what was nice was, I think we did it best over this summer just gone, which was the Singularity 60th got written, and it was in the process of having its revisions, and we filmed, rather than a prequel, we filmed an epilogue.
Yeah,
and that's much better because it's after. It's after that hell.
Can I like? What was it? I remember. Who did I get? I think oh my god! I remember the night I did it. I remember I remember the two. There's. I showed it to some. I remember. Was it you, Connor, who I showed it to, and you went, made the pages. The amount of pages.
Was this the like the minisode? Yeah, because you wanted to film like a 15 to 20 page minisode.
Oh,
in a couple of hours, and you cut it down to 8 pages, and then it got. But luckily, when you filmed it on that morning, you just wanted. You woke everyone up at like the crack of dawn to film it, and nobody wanted to be there, so everyone quickly got it filmed.
Can I just say I'm a great I'm a great organizer because I'm very much just in the Irish mindset of get up, we're filming, we're doing it. And
I remember it because you were staying at mine, and you were stood over everyone still asleep, fully dressed as Burgundy, and I'm sat here on the computer looking at everyone still asleep, apart from you stood there like this. Yeah. You just had your arms folded, thinking to yourself, and then you kicked Isaac.
Oh.
Yeah.
No.
Well, I didn't. Well, I just kind of.
Are we talking a gentle like nudge with the boot, or are we talking, like straight to the balls?
We're talking Aidan intended a nudge. I didn't realize the force.
But did you get him in the balls? Is the question.
It was more like the side of the ribs.
Tut 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 tut. Aim better next time, Aidan. Aim better next time.
Can I just say as well? Sutton was our cameraman for this, James Sutton, and the man. I remember I have a video which I will show the group later of literally we were on the way out, and for some reason Sutton was like I think somebody just went, "You need to get this spot plucked," and it was just like, what is this happening now? So he's literally just there. He's there, and we're all at the door waiting for him, and we're just like, "Come on!" It's like we don't. I was like, "I'm going home at like 4." I was like, "What?"
Yeah, it's quite a chaotic few days that. But so just to quickly, whilst we'll move on from the Singularity 60th, but still keeping on that subject slightly, the tie-in episodes. So on the 22nd of actually. By the time that this podcast goes out, the Mastermind tie-in would have come out.
Oh, do you mean the last? Do you mean the last one?
What's the last one?
No, as in the one where we,
Yes, I think so. But yes, by that point, Mastermind, the final episode of Mastermind Volume 2, which is episode 5, but we extended it to here. That'll be out on the 28th of October, and this is coming out on the 7th. Tomorrow, as of this podcast going out, will be the Torchwood solo episode with Captain Fraser Ward in Egypt and finding the staff. He's looking for an artifact called the Staff of Osiris. And that will those events lead into the Singularity 60th. So that comes out tomorrow. Are there any other 60th times that people want to quickly mention? Drop in. I'll make like a little playlist.
So obviously this will be out probably when the podcast has come out. It'll be already out. So I'm, you guys know me. I'm currently editing the Behemoth. So right now I'm also working on a tie-in with. I won't try and go too much into it, but it involves the lovely Chelsea Lagan in it. I won't say too much about her role, but it involves her having to steal a certain other not really an artifact, but an object, and it sort of ties into the Arcadian universe stuff that I'm currently doing over with Burgundy and all. It's sort of connected into that, and it's actually part of a larger story that I'm telling later. So it's it's very weird stuff like that, but. Yeah, that will either be coming out on the 20th of October or the week following, because right now.
It'll
I'm
be
just,
out. Either way, it'll be out as of when this podcast comes out. So go and check it out. And Jed and Dom, obviously, Dom, you're doing the tie-in episode with Dr. Arkytekt anyway.
Yeah.
So anything you wanted to add there quickly?
Well, I think the series itself also will lead into the Singularity 60th because obviously Fraser's finding an artifact in that universe's Fraser's finding an artifact. In my universe, Torchwood already has possession of an artifact called the Sapphire of Osiris, or the Osiris Sapphire, which will also be leading in. So the thing is, all of this, it all has little threads that all join to make this big ball of wool. And I think that, it all ties in. I mean, I don't have the time to do anything else 60th related in terms of creating my own stuff. So this is my bits.
I mean, as well, like, you've got to consider that the very circumstances in which the Arkytekt finds himself lead into how we find the Arkytekt in the Singularity 60th. So
exactly.
So that in and of itself is a tie-in. So obviously, I've mentioned already what Fourth Wall is doing too. Currently too. There is another thing I'll mention in a minute, but so there's two ones that are sort of planned, written, and sort of recorded, which are, one is just called Singularity, and that is the Blonde Doctor and Venture Doctor, in which, basically, because the Mastermind episode where
it leads on from the Mastermind story in a way, doesn't it?
Yes, it leads on because obviously, if you've listened to that, go fucking listen to that, please. That is where the DWEM version of one version of the Doctor is parked, and we move on to Venture. So we actually catch Venture basically sort of being all confused and wearing his predecessor's clothes and being like, what the fuck is going on? Oh shit, there was a thing. I remember a thing was happening. I'm gonna fight now. And then so it's basically post-regeneration hijinks meets prequel to the next fucking story, which then leads directly onto where we find Venture and Blonde in the Singularity 60th, because it's funny and it's fun and it was an interesting one and a real privilege to get to write not just like the Venture Doctor's first appearance, but actually the Venture Doctor's first appearance. That was really exciting. I liked that. That was fun. The other one is that's been edited and is now sort of in the scoring phase, but is coming out after. And it's all a bit up in the air. All I know in terms of like release dates is this: Singularity is coming out in November after the last episode of Mastermind, because it has to. Ride the Wave is coming out after that, like presumably about the week after that, assuming that I have that much time. And Ride the Wave, it follows the Inverse Doctor, as played by Iris Prindale, and the Last Doctor, as also played by Iris Prindale. Because there's a whole thing in their storyline where those two versions of the Doctor have the same face, are from different universes, and are connected. So through that connection, the Last Doctor reaches out for help when the Singularity stuff starts happening. And that leads into where we find Inverse in the Singularity 60th.
Nice.
There is one more thing that I want to do, and I can talk about it a bit, which is basically tying in the What Fourth Wall 60th and the Singularity 60th, because they are loosely tied in. One of the characters, a spoiler character in the Singularity 60th that I added, part of their motivation for a lot of what they're doing is basically this multiverse Singularity bollocks is really fucking with their plans, because they wanted to do something and this is taking up time that they should be spending doing that something. So they are coming to sort of help fucking fix it because it's pissing them off. So basically, I want to do a prequel, which is them after a certain episode of the Groovy Doctor stuff, an episode with this character and another version of that character, basically going, yeah, I want to do this, but this thing is happening in the multiverse and it's fucking with everything, so I need to unfuck it. Yes, that is the really polite and dignified term that I'm using for that. And if it works out, if I get it to work,
and I'm really struggling to explain how it works because I can't tell you who these people are. But if it all works out, it'll nicely like tie a little knot and actually make the What Fourth Wall 60th connect back to the Singularity Saga.
That'd be nice either way. Yeah.
In like a characterful way, because it also explains why the hell Groovy's not there. Because spoiler warning, by that point Groovy's been knocked the fuck out, and is so without spoiling too much, we leave Groovy knocked the fuck out, waiting for his 60th to happen. When we saw Blue. No, it's fantastic. It's absolutely fantastic.
He just hit his head under the TARDIS door as you were setting it.
Basically, I need to get Sutton to record his lines for that episode, actually. But no,
oh dear.
Get ready for a massive recording.
But no, I am basically, I want to tie things in. I want to be able to tie things together. And I want it all to feel like, oh, this is how we connect all these dots together. This is cool. So yeah, it's exciting. It's all very exciting. I am very excited. So yes. So there should be three. To sum up that ramble, there should be three: Singularity, Ride the Wave, and the third, as yet untitled one that I actually need to ask people about before I start really planning it. So if you're hearing this and that's not fucking happening, that's not fucking happening. But if it does happen, it'll be fucking cool.
Cool. I like the suspense that this podcast is bringing. It's all very much like we were like in July and August. Oh, we're fine. The 60th ages away. And now we're in the September, October. We're like,
kill me now.
Okay.
Yeah, I know. Like, I mean, for the listeners,
kill me now. Kill me now. Kill me now. Kill me now. Kill
me
now.
Too little time.
If I could say anything, Jed, thank you so much for the way you formatted the script. It's really helped.
I still need to do the music. Which so that's one thing I do want to talk about, because I'm a massive music egotist. It's just I've had the opportunity, so I'm scoring the Singularity 60th, which is really exciting because obviously I've been planning on scoring that for ages. Fun fact, there is a version of my initial sketchbook stuff that has a version of the Purple Doctor theme in it, but back when we still thought we were going to get purple in it, which is that was exciting to do.
But you've done marvelous themes for Arkytekt and Valor, so
which are also going to be very interesting to have in there. But no, so I've had to do themes for all sorts of doctors who, I don't know if Northern, for example, ever had an incidental theme beforehand. I don't know if Nathan Carter ever had
a lot of doctors, a lot of our PRISM doctors don't. I think it's more obviously with the 60th Cardiff minisodes that you scored as well. Blonde and Alacrity got
Blonde and Alacrity. So
you made one for Cravat once, but
I made one for Cravat.
It wasn't for something. You just made it.
I know. I made that for the Singularity 60th because Cravat was in that from the get-go.
Oh, yes.
So I was like, I'll make a. I asked you what sort of theme do you like? You said, I use this Moray Gold track often. So I was like, okay, I'll get something on the timbre of that. So theme. That theme actually appears in the Prism minisode. If you notice, that's actually in the first section of that. So that's a really nice little solemn motif because you play quite a solemn, serious doctor. So it's quite nice. But no, so Irish has a theme that I did, but Irish also has a theme that Anthony Tremaine did. So I spoke to Anthony Tremaine, and I am actually sort of gonna rework my theme that I did and his theme that he did, and try and make something new and exciting. Ooh. That'll be fun. Yeah. Obviously Blonde has a theme because George Guidra, my boy. Burgundy has a theme that I did a while back, which was in your Christmas minisode and in your Regeneration minisode. So that theme is being brought back for the Singularity Saga, which is nice. So now Anthony Tremaine did one as well for
Fragmented one, I think.
Fragmented, yeah. But in this instance, it felt appropriate to me to sort of go to the one I did because I'd already sort of got all that laid out. Obviously, Arkytekt has a theme because Arkytekt initially, the theme that Arkytekt had was a lovely bit of synthy wibbly stuff. I can't
Silver Maple. I can't remember what it's called, but it's done by a band called Silver Maple, I think.
Yeah, and it's a beautiful piece. So I did something vaguely in the style of that to sort of replace that as an original piece, and that's obviously going to be in there. Vala's got a theme, because obviously Vala's got a theme, and that's like that's one of the better themes.
I like the way that this Singularity 60th has been a way for you to score everyone's doctors.
I mean, I don't need an excuse to score everyone's doctors, but no. And to be fair, that then obviously, like, you know, I'm scoring the PRISM 60th as well, which has been an absolutely phenomenal experience, because obviously a lot of the same doctors are in it, which is a really nice thing to do. But then obviously Alacrity, I got to create the Alacrity thing, which, you know, was a lot of fun. I really enjoyed creating that one. It's a nice, exciting little theme. But also Frontier has a theme. I made Frontier a theme. I made Frontier a theme that was basically just my obsession with the House Atreides theme, writ large. Space bagpipes. So yeah, but also, like, am I allowed to say that Young is in it?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
The big visual trailer came out with everyone in it. It's got the cast.
Oh, cool. Yeah. Okay, fantastic. Then yes, I got to score for the Young Doctor as well. That was weird. That was weird, because I don't know super huge amounts about the Young Doctor. I've not caught up much on the Young Doctor's stuff, but just getting to score that Doctor as well was just like, oh, I have to create a theme for this guy now. You know, and then I got to play around with that a little. So it's nice. It's exciting to get to play around with all these different themes and sort of layer all this stuff in and sort of. And what's interesting is, because it's two different 60ths, but they've got a lot of the same doctors, I'm getting to play. So this is how these themes are going to sound in this space, and actually how are we going to connect these, and how are we going to make all these, you know, fit together? Because the way that it's sort of fitting together in the PRISM 60th is, and stop me if I'm getting too like technical about the art of composing. The way that it's sort of fitting in the PRISM 60th is a lot of it's like the instrumentation is different between themes. There's similar instrumentation, but actually a lot of the tracks will have different Doctors motifs in them until we get to the point where, like, you start getting multiples of Doctors in, and suddenly I'm going to bring in a couple of themes that I've already got, which are basically like multiple Doctors together themes to sort of tie it all back together.
Yeah.
You know, whereas with the Singularity Saga one, it's being tied together, I think, more through use of shared soundscape. So a lot of the scenes are just talking in woods. So there might not be a lot of like thematic stuff. There's not going to be like a lot of motif stuff for a lot of this talking, but there will be this shared like synthetic guitar sound going under a lot of this, you know, just saying, yeah, you are in this space. This is the last universe. This is the sound. This is the vibe. Feel the vibe. And then obviously you get to like big scenes pulling everyone together, and suddenly, like, you know, so like, you know, I get to write music for like big epic moments for different individual Doctors, big epic moments, you know, featuring the Master, you know, for example. So one thing that's interesting is getting to pull out once again the Master motif that I've used literally everywhere, because it's my favorite Master motif that I've ever done, and I think it works to sort of go, yes, this is the Master. This is the sound of the Master now. Fuck you. and sort of get to play around with that a little. And the one thing that I'm looking forward to scoring most of all, I can't tell you because that would spoil everything. But you'll be able to fucking tell. Also, Daleks. It's a fucking 60th. Daleks are in it.
Yeah.
You know. Yeah. So of course, I got to do a Dalek theme, and of course, it's gonna blow your fucking socks off because it's the motherfucking Daleks. So yes. So it's exciting. It's exciting. So yeah. Anyway, I've talked too much.
And well, Aidan, I was going to ask you because obviously this is still something in progress at the moment. How's the editing going?
So obviously I'll lead on from like how I got on to initially like doing the edit. I did obviously have my own lines that I did for Burgundy, and a way to kind of show how I would do it was that I made the scene. I added music from I think everybody knows the original 8th Doctor content that came up for Big Finish.
Yes, you did that test scene, didn't you?
I did a test scene, yeah, where it had, the music from his very first adventures with Big Finish, and I shared it to yourself, sir, and a few others to get an idea of, well, this, obviously without the music, this is what I would do for a scene, and everybody just kind of went, yeah, all right, he's good. Give him it's like he's doing the behemoth. So yeah, it kind of, we went into that process, and you've obviously, to Connor, you've been a very good help along with the process, because you made out a kind of list of what needs to be kind of re-recorded, what needs to be recorded now, what needs to be fixed up with the script. That's fixed up the script. What am I saying? Needs to be just recorded or re-recorded, and we've been working really well together with obviously people that work for War, people in the WEM, people outside the WEM, to make sure that everything was covered. And when I got into the edit, I've kind of gone, because of certain people weren't recorded at a point, I've just kind of gone into different pieces where it's like, okay, is this one fully recorded? This person? Yeah, this person? Okay, their scene will be finished now. And we kind of went through there, and I think it's really interesting just hearing all the isolated stuff, like, because I'm immediately hearing nearly every single Doctor that I've that I've either listened to or watched, and it's just like, well, this is not where I kind of saw myself in 2023, but all right, there we are. So yeah, I went into the edit, and currently it's been going pretty well. I think I will say last night I edited a scene between the two scenes, actually, between the blonde Doctor and the Venture Doctor, which I must say, and props to both Sumner and because I call him Sumner because there are two Connors. It's easier. Yes, between Sumner and George, well done to the boys. They are doing an amazing job, and it's been really nice to like hear the difference, because I did ask this last night. I was like, George, I only noticed it after. I was like, George, his blonde Doctor voice has started to get very into it, kind of very posh. It got a very posh centric, but I was like, I like it. It's it's like it's evolved in a way. It's very, it's very changed a lot from obviously the initial one where Jesus Christ, Jed said the name of the story, and
Eternal Darkness.
No, not Eternal Darkness, and the one from obviously Dark Days.
I mean, it's interesting because he's had the posh voice for a while. I think he's sharpened the posh voice up a bit as he's gone on, so you can definitely tell he's poshing it up a bit when it comes to Weezer Pass. But so we re-recorded both of the original Blonde Doctor short trips a while ago, and it's really the difference is tangible.
Oh, yeah.
We love it.
And he's just done fantastic. And I mean, props to everyone else. I must point out there is a point in the script where Mr. Daniel J. Patton has to shout the word no, and my God, he sold it. Like, it was a power. I don't know why, but whenever somebody like this, if anyone's ever watched the Simpsons episode where Homer became a bodyguard, it's that bit where your man goes, "Oh, you did very well, but I just didn't get you. No, you got to sell." And I feel like that was Dan's moment where he just stole it. I was like, okay, it's believable. But yeah, it's been really good just editing through and just listening to everything come together in the story. And like I can happily say to people, as of right now, part 1 is completed. Part 2 is on the way to being completed.
Part 2's not got much because obviously, I don't think there's any harm in discussing this part. When it came to doing some rewrites, some parts and some scenes went untouched. So we were able to start editing much earlier on and just do those scenes. And then when it came to the new scenes being recorded, that's kind of what's happening now. Because in theory, you're actually, because we haven't actually said this 60th is a 5-parter. So whilst part 1 is done, you're actually, in terms of the scenes that you were up to of what you could edit, you were halfway through part 3. So you've just now gone back again to edit the scenes that were the new additions. And that's why we're suddenly getting faster with closing out the parts. It's because I think yesterday, when you finished it, you only had 2 scenes to edit. And now for part 2, it's only 3 scenes. And then you're kind of up to date with yourself at that point.
Yeah. And I mean, it's been really good, like, to kind of get through it and just, you know, just see everything starting to like be complete. Because we have an edit tracker of how we're keeping track of everything and all the scenes we're getting done, and it's just lovely to just see all those scenes completed and just be like, oh, thank God. And it's just, and it's, you know, I didn't really like. I'll be honest. I didn't realize how much I'd done till some, like, I think, sorry, you pointed out the amount of pages, and I just went, okay, wow, that's a lot of pages.
Yeah, because we've got this. We made a copy of the Google document, and what we're doing is we're removing the scenes and graying them as they're finished. So currently, it was 193 pages. Since you started editing, there are now only 127 left. So you're close to 70 now. You're almost halfway. Just you by yourself editing 190. Bear in mind that the PRISM 60th is 150, and that took me 3 weeks to edit. And that's, you know, I've really burnt out as a result of editing that. I've really lost my mojo recently with it because that drained me.
I can tell you, me, Jed, and Rory are going to go on a massive like.
Well, that's the thing. I can't afford to, because I have my strict schedule ending at the end of 2023, which is still, I mean, I've got a month left of audios to edit.
Yeah, and I gotta give like respect to, obviously, another person who's not here at the moment, but Rassilon Productions, you know, for his, you know, right now working on his own behemoth of the Endgame and that's just part 3. That is a beast. Like, this, obviously, this thing is a beast in its own right, but you gotta respect it. It's, you know, it's great effort. Like, and I think, like, I think in my mind, once I'm past part 3, I think the process will start to actually feel a lot better, because it's like we're nearing the end. The dates have been pushed back a little, you know, in my mind.
Well, yeah, because it comes out again. I'm going to say this because we aren't saying how many parts it is and when this is coming out. Not good advertisements, but basically, it's a 5-parter with the final part on the 23rd. So you actually start releasing it on the 19th, and it comes out daily. So every time you finish a part, you buy yourself 24 hours, which isn't exactly enough time to get a whole of the part done, which is why it's all very much down to the wire with that. But I think it's good that it's in 5 parts rather than one massive thing, because otherwise, now that part 1 is done, and as you get parts done, we'll assemble it and send it off to Jed and whoever might be assisting with composing or might not be, and we can get that process done a part at a time, rather than
And
if we sent Jed the full audio, all 190.
If you
pages.
sent me 190 pages of thing to do all at once, I would sit down, I would take a deep breath, and then I would pick this thing up, which is a metal-ended lightsaber, for those of you who cannot see this. And I would have to bash my brains in repeatedly on the sharp end, because that would be so... Oh, God. Joking aside, though, it's going to be a fucking behemoth to score. But it's going to be a fun behemoth to score. It's going to be an absolutely hilariously fun behemoth to score. Because it's music I like. You know, it's fun stuff, you know, and, you know...
Yeah,
and realistically, I've got a lot of these themes. Like, a lot of the scoring process is made easier by having all the projects and all the themes that you can just... I'm just going to copy that bit and paste it in, smooth it out a little bit. Yeah. The joys of digital music production, everybody.
Indeed. Now, so, anyone else want to say anything before we wrap this up? This might be the longest podcast segment we've ever had, nearly running at 2 hours.
I've just realised I haven't really given any release dates myself.
Yes.
Give us the sweet release dates, Dominic!
Yes. So for Arkytekt, I am planning, well, if it has gone to plan, you will already have heard the first episode, which would have released on November the 4th.
Indeed.
Episode 2, November the 11th, and the minisode tie-in, the 18th of November.
Woo! Very good. Very nice.
And
so weekly releases all the way.
Nice.
So hopefully, if that's gone to plan, yay!
Cool. Exactly. We want things to go to plan. And you
No, of course.
viewers will be very aware if it has by this time.
Yeah.
And that's kind of the scary part, because we are
Yeah.
talking with hope and we do not know the response. But yes.
Exactly.
Hope is a terrible thing on the scaffold.
Oh, don't say that. I work in construction.
I mean, to be fair, if all that's keeping you on that scaffold is hope, you shouldn't be working in construction.
It's true. It is. It does feel like that sometimes.
Ask the workers in New York in the 1930s. they just sit on
They
it.
didn't even have scaffolding. They were bouncing on beams.
Oh, guys.
But if I could say something about the Singularity one, I want to just say a massive thank you to just everyone involved. It's just been a process for the last 2 years to try and get this thing to completion. It's been like, I mean, in the last 2 years, the DWEM and What Fought Wall have been created, which is insane to think. It's like, wow, 2 years ago, I wouldn't think any of that's happened. And the amount of doctors we have now and the amount of people involved in it, it's just been really nice to see how much content has come out of this, and just the amount of tie-ins, the thing itself, and then the other stuff that comes after. It's just brilliant. And I can't thank everybody more. Like, it's just well done, guys. We're nearly there.
Yeah.
It'll be great.
It is one of those things where this particular 60th sort of began and it became an urban legend over time.
It all started as a mild curiosity on the Zoom.
I like that, yeah. But yeah, like, it is something where it very much was an urban legend for a bit, because it was being talked about for years. And now here we are with, like, only yesterday did I get a wee transfer from Aidan with the scenes in WAV files. And I'm like, this is it. This is part 1 of 5. It's done.
Very soon I will receive the scenes as one big mixdown for me to fucking fix for everybody. So, and do my musical magic. There is one thing I feel like I kind of have to say to sort of wrap this up. And this is going to be very personal, so I do apologize for all of you who are already sick of my voice.
Oh no.
This has been very much a year of some really nice ups and some really fucking awful downs for me. And like, genuinely, it's been a really uppy downy one, and a lot of that is tied into stuff to do with these projects and stuff to do with the work that we've been doing. And I just want to say, even if magically something goes horribly fucking wrong between here and now, like the fact that I'm actually like getting to do this stuff, the fact that things have mostly turned out okay, the fact that all of the less than fun stuff is sort of in the process of fixing itself, I feel like it's been worth it. I feel like, I'm happy with it. I'm happy that, stuff is written, stuff is being worked on. I feel like we're getting there. We're getting there. Positivity,
Hell yeah.
and like, I think it's a real testament to just how like, it's a testament to how fucking fun this stuff is, that we've all been able to sort of, despite some, stuff happening, some shitty circumstances in some cases, the fact that we're able to still be doing this and working together and getting this thing made and done and out there is really nice. It's really nice, and I'm really happy with that. And yeah, I'll shut up now.
It's great. It's lovely, Jed. And now after the 60th, we can go and have Christmas off.
Massive Christmas off.
Yeah, but no, thank you all for making yourselves available for this little podcast segment. It's definitely a record. I think this might be our longest podcast we're ever going to do.
As it should be. And 90% of it is me rambling. No. I don't know. Sorry. I'll be charitable. 85%.
Ah, very well. Well, again, thank you so much, and I will go to definitely me in the future. I'm not sure which host I'm going to have, so I'll go to me and whoever is the host in the future.
Hi,
Farewell.
hypothetical other host. Bye.
Hello, host.
Hello.
And welcome back to the podcast. And now we are going to talk about the next Torchwood release that's coming out. It's its own 60th anniversary special, a co-production with Overton Audios and Fortuna Vega Studios, which is Torchwood 2000.
I don't know. Weekend investigating the most violent gang in the city. What could possibly go wrong?
Overton Audios presents, in collaboration with Fortuna Vega Studios, something they're using for fear or for power, I don't know. Help me take them down.
No, you're going to help me take them down, because I seem to be the only bloody person who's sober within a 10-kilometre radius.
That's not possible. Did that just move?
What are you doing here?
I didn't want to do it. They said they'd give me my fix.
Hang on. Are you trying to tell me... Are you being exploited here?
You fucking animals!
This is where we like to take our uninvited guests. Those we don't need around. They all come to the weeping room.
Do you think they're ready for their close-ups?
I think so.
I've never seen you scared like this.
It's because I know what it is.
But it's just a statue.
Only when you see it. That thing, when you look away, it moves. But the moment you look away, the moment you blink, it comes for you. What the hell is this? A weeping angel. Torchwood 2000. The Weeping Room.
Ooh, very good. And basically, that's a little two-parter written by Ruben Roper called The Weeping Room. And it's about a sort of, I suppose you call it like a drug organization, illegal crime organization using weeping angels to get rid of people who are inconvenient and who could remove them from business.
Well, it sounds Torchwoody. So
yeah, it starts off very much in line with inspired by Sherlock Holmes originally.
I see. Which Sherlock
Holmes? I suppose it's more like the more recent one, the Sherlock series. So the team member in it, Angel, she is going to a drug den because she's heard that her next door neighbor has gone missing and he's into these drugs. And when she goes there, she meets Jaxus, also high. That's why it reminds me of that Sherlock episode when Watson or John goes in and finds Sherlock there as well. It's very much like that, but it's all for a case, something that this crime organization are doing, and it's making people disappear. And it's a little place called the Weeping Room, and it's to do with the Weeping Angel, which is quite a nice, interesting story. It feels very, well, you'll know what I mean, son. It's very grunge series 1 of Torchwood.
Yeah, it sounded it. It was also giving me sort of the vibes of like Believe from Torchwood the monthly. The sort of the
they did a big finish release. It's very much about, like, if you were to class like the stuff we make at Prism more like series 2, this one is very, very series 1 with very extreme sort of drug use, swearing, just very sort of like very unpleasant.
The writing process.
No, but it started out like it's just very grungy, really. But like, as long as you're aware of it, you're fine. But it started out with Ruben messaging me a few months ago saying, "Hey, would you be up for a collaboration?" At the time, and there was nothing to do, so I was like, "Yes, of course." But now it's sort of developed a lot more, and Ruben sent over the script. It's all finished and edited and ready to go. That's coming out the day after the Torchwood solo episode. Part 1 is, and then part 2 comes out the day after. So there's a solid amount of content coming out on the channel.
The bam of Torchwood. It's just happy 60ths and then just a block of depression.
Yeah. I'm finding it quite interesting though, and I'm not sure if this will lead on to other Torchwood 2000 audios. I think it'd be nice. to kind of explore that a bit more, even if it's not, you know, specifically a PRISM thing. I think it'll be interesting to look into more, because it's, like I said, a lot more grungier. There's every character is flawed. They're not just having a trouble at home, but like, you know, drug abuse and such things like that. What have been your experiences of seeing Torchwood 2000?
Well, I think it's quite interesting because obviously running a Torchwood series myself, sort of thing, we sort of went in different directions with it, because Torchwood 2000, you say, is very grungy. Obviously, there's the references to sort of flawed characters, drug use, all of this kind of stuff. And I feel like there's a lot more of that in their Torchwood than ours, because our one sort of goes in the route of units set it back up. They're a bit more sort of prim and proper, more edging towards being Torchwood 1 in the grand scheme of things. Like if Torchwood 1 was having to force to be sort of operating in the sort of the setup of Torchwood 3, that's kind of what our series is, whereas his goes very much for the Torchwood 3 kind of grungy vibe, but even takes it further than that, because it's so with these sort of almost sort of punky, rebellious characters set in this apocalyptic timeline in the sort of future, in the sense of well, you know, when it's set effectively, you know, it's you know, that sort of, it was a bit dystopian. I cannot remember exactly what happened, so I'm going to reveal the fact that I cannot remember what happened. Spoilers if you've not seen Torchwood 2000. There was a bit where he reset stuff and then they found each other in another life, which seemed to be
yes, this is set between series 1 and 2. Series 1 was basically a dystopian timeline when Jaxus broke his vortex manipulator to get to Earth. He broke it, and thus then when time traveling and teleporting shattered reality.
Yes,
and created
that's what I remembered of it. And then I suddenly, as I was saying it, thought, no, but I've seen the next bit, and then they're in like modern day again. And
yeah, so basically he resets the world to almost our world. Boris Johnson gets a name drop, for example, and COVID is the thing. But it starts off with a plant monster from Men in Black jumping out of the ground, and then they run off to go and defeat it. This one, however, is set up sometime between that and the first episode of Memories Are Forever. And it's Jaxus trying to deal with the ramifications of what's happened with this timeline. Angel is still trying to now live a normal life, because she remembers 2 lives now. She remembers her life from this timeline and the other timeline when she was Torchwood, and she's struggling with her loyalties. So it's something that acts as like a prequel, really, to Memories Are Forever. I'm not familiar as to whether or not they're going to be making any more, because now that summer has just ended, they usually are able to film during the summer, but it's now been nearly 3 years since they shot the first one. So we don't know. Be interesting to find out. But
well, I asked this question for you so that you now know when the Weeping Room is set. You're welcome.
Yes.
And also, because I kind of forgotten what happened, I have seen them. They are very good, these episodes, to clarify. I really like the music and the effects and everything like that. Like, they're very well put together pieces of drama. I just couldn't remember the exact ins and outs, which is because I've got so much Torchwood inside of my head that I hadn't had room for all of it, and something had to go. However, of course, we did have Jaxus crossover with our Torchwood at one point as well. So
yes, that's why he kind of asked me to collaborate, because he'd made that cameo in Memorial, which was the Torchwood Rebirth minisode, made for what I believe was the 15th anniversary of Torchwood. So he cameos, as do some other eras of Torchwood as well. But it shows a nice sort of connection point. You know, we've worked together on something collaborated, and then now we've got this. It'd be interesting to see where the future goes with Torchwood 2000. But yeah, we had him appear in Rebirth. Memorial.
Yes, it was lovely having him cross over, because I really wanted to sort of connect the Torchwood multiverse, as it were, and make sure that everyone sort of, you know, included with it, because I do enjoy connecting the dots effectively. It was quite nice to be able to have these characters sort of meet together, especially on an anniversary of Torchwood, as it was, to sort of celebrate this, you know, the show and everyone's sort of love for it. So
yeah, exactly. Yeah,
I'm very glad to see that they've got this special now with a Weeping Room.
Indeed. But yes, of course, speaking of collaborating with other people, shall we go into the segment with Abby Louise talking to James York about the TT 60th?
No, I'm kidding. Yes, of course. Go on. You must.
And this is Donna Noble, the fastest typist in all of Chiswick.
What happened to her?
It's, complicated.
I see. So, you keep a log of everyone who has travelled with you?
Every single one.
And what would you say about me? Good things, I hope.
Cressida, a Silurian princess who's a little bossy and turns a dark green shade when jealous.
Excuse me. I resent that notion, Doctor. I learnt from the very best. Who's that?
That's Erin. Well, it was taken around the time we visited the British Museum. Good times, but now she's gone.
But she's not forgotten.
I suppose so. Now, where are those lover birds up to?
You can't spy on them.
Well, I just wanted to make sure they're safe. Cardiff 2005 is a little bit of a tricky year.
Quite peaceful for a city.
Why did the Doctor land here again?
Because Cardiff has a time rift. The Doctor says it can charge the TARDIS up, like a battery or something.
Battery?
Okay, it's like a source of energy. Yeah, you know, when you get hungry, you have food, right?
So that gives us time to have some private time without the private eyes of the Doctor or Cressida.
You are still a romantic after all this time. I wish you came and stayed in the TARDIS full time.
I know you do.
I worry you're gonna get tired of me. You're like, but we'll pick you up when you're old. With everything recently, I kind of missed you.
What about Ricky?
Guess I have to grow up and face the facts, really.
Then I guess there is only one thing left to do.
Wait, you mean... Blimey! Why does it always rain in Wales?
TJ, what is happening to the TARDIS?
What? We gotta warn the Doc, quick! Doc! The TARDIS outside, it's crystallising.
What do you mean?
The outside is like forming like a bluish diamond, like it's growing out of the wood.
Could it be something to do with the rift?
No, rift energy is stable.
Then what in Valhalla is going on?
It's like the whole of reality is being crushed, but it's only focusing on the TARDIS. What, did you see that?
The TARDIS is going into autopilot?
But it's not making the sound.
The scales are off the charts. The TARDIS hasn't seen anything like this.
Hello and welcome to the TT side of this 60th Doctor Who anniversary podcast type thing, affair type thing. I am with the TT 60th writer, James York, otherwise known as Jim. Hello, Jim.
Hello, Abby.
How are you, my darling?
I'm doing really well. I can't believe that we get to talk about the 60th.
Finally. So, first off, so obviously you wrote our 60th, mainly because I don't tend to deal with the kind of Who side of stuff. It tends to be more Jim. So straight away I was like, Jim, we need a 60th. And Jim was like, yes.
Yes, of course, I'll be able to do that. And then slowly as the sort of the day rolled on and sort of the realization, bugger, I've got to write a 60th. I've got to do this. I'm like, help. But then as soon as I got the storyline right, and as soon as I kind of got what I wanted out of it.
Mm.
The more it came to me in a really smooth. It was actually quite sort of smooth actually to write. It was, you know, it was back when I was in a different job. I will have to admit,
That's true. Yeah.
I was, and I used to use my very good work hours to slightly write it, but we won't get into that
Hush,
further.
hush.
Hush.
I mean, without giving away spoilers, we can say that it is basically a queer Doctor episode
Mm-hmm.
with 60th anniversary elements in it.
Yes, absolutely. And obviously it includes all of the TT Doctors, which was really a challenge actually, but a good challenge because it was very unique, because I believe at the time of when I was writing this, Queer, Dickensian and Future were out. They had episodes out.
Yeah.
You had Chronicle that was on his way.
Yeah.
I would want to say, or was on his way.
Yeah, you'd already written for Chronicle at this point, I think.
Yeah.
However, the other two, Agency and Metal, I don't even think they had a script. I just think they had a concept, and that was it.
It was, I think it was literally just a concept. It was the case of like, and I tell you what it was. Originally, it was just going to be Queer, Dickensian, Future, Chronicle, and Metal. It was only going to be 5 of us. But then as soon as Agency joined the picture, it was the case of, right, I'm going to have to add another Doctor. Right,
So
how
where
can
we
I do
squeeze
this?
Agency in? Yeah.
We squeezed him in just a little bit. There was enough wriggle room, so that was all good.
The other thing is about our 60th is we do have an original villain, which isn't a spoiler, but yes, original concept.
Original concept. I immediately, when coming up with the villain, the one thing I wanted to do with this 60th and in a dude sort of celebration, not just Doctor Who, but TT Productions and all of its one finery, the allegory of this kind of, my Doctor's the best, everyone else, blah, 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 you know, or like, oh, I don't like all these Doctors and all that malarkey, you know, that kind of really horrible discord in the community. And I was just like, I want to do an allegory of that. So in comes the Collector, you know, a spoiled little brat, you know, and Ian voiced it very well. I think again, he is villain for hire. So
villain for hire, Ian Harris.
Villain for hire. He's if he gets cast in Queer's Christmas, he will be in all of the specials. So we might. I think I might stand by for action. But yeah, no, I thought again, just amazing work that he did, and it was great to kind of really get an original villain, because yes, it's nice to get the Daleks and the Cybermen and get everything involved, but sometimes that just it gets too much. I think, sometimes. And I think if you look at, say, like the Three Doctors, that wasn't any Daleks or Cybermen or anything. It was just 3 Doctors. That was really it.
I think the other thing we have in our 60th, without obviously giving away spoilers, because we do have a new Doctor on our channel who isn't an original Doctor. He is good old 60. We kind of had this discussion the other day, and we were saying how much 6 would kind of gel with our channel. So he has now become a concept, and yes, he will be appearing in our 60th. So look forward to that. And Asa as 6.
It shocked me. I genuinely was really shocked. I was like, Colin? Hello?
Oh my God, Colin!
Colin's in the room. He did a really good job, and especially with the scene that he was in, you know, his little cameo, just beautiful. He beautifully said it, and it was very much the case of when I wrote it. I mean, originally I wrote it as the first Doctor, but then we changed it to 6. But even still, I was like, he really got the inflections of 6 right.
Definitely. And as well, if you are intrigued about Asa's 6, head on over to TT, because by this point there should be an audio out starring him. So go and listen to our new Six and Flip. Go listen to our new Six and Flip audios. So another thing we need to talk about is the soundtrack for the 60th.
Okay, so I just knew that I needed help. And I knew I could make something, but I was like, you know what? I need to do something, and I need to do something special. So I got help from the wonderful Aunt Tremaine. He is one of the best Doctor Who composers ever. And we had back-to-back meetings, and we were like, this is what we're going to do. This is what we do. And I basically came up with a bit of like a baseline and kind of, this is what I want. And then he would add his flavors and add his beautiful music like notes. And I think he's really leveled up the music. I think there's going to be on TT. Like when you listen to the soundtrack, it is, I can remember there is a piece that will be playing in the end, and I was in tears because it was so beautiful. It was what was absolutely amazing. Just, it was great to work with him. He was so great to work with. We just had fun. And that's the perfect thing to do, is just always have fun. And especially when it comes to music, I'm honestly, I'm really excited for it to come out. It's actually hopefully going to come out around Christmas, the soundtrack. So fingers crossed.
So at point of recording this, Jim is still actually editing the 60th. It's not quite there yet. We're still waiting on a few voices to be sent in. But our 60th should be out on the 18th of November.
Yes, Saturday the 18th of November, 6 o'clock. I was going to say Greenwich Mean Time. Yeah, Greenwich Mean Time.
Yeah, Greenwich Mean Time. Yes,
Mean Time. I was going to Greenwich Mean Time. I was like,
England's time.
Yes, yeah. So please be there. We're going to be involved. We're going to be in the chats, and we're just going to and honestly, I have to thank everyone who's involved. Thank everyone, because it was such a fun project, and the outtakes, I'm just
So we all look forward to seeing / hearing the finished product. We hope you enjoy it, and yes, 18th of November, we'll see you then.
Gallifrey's final day was nothing if not swift. I dare say even efficient.
Even with plenty of experience facing Daleks, this was unlike anything I'd seen before. It started with a distress call. Nothing out of the ordinary when travelling with a doctor.
It's fair to say I'm no longer inviting the Foamasi for dinner.
Really good manners, but the consistent talk of war crimes, completely off-putting.
Thankfully, we never have to think about them again.
Speak for yourself. I'll never be able to get such horrific descriptions out of my head.
So many references to brain soup, and they even gave me a recipe.
Not to mention they brought their own starters. Ugh.
I will never look at casserole the same way again.
I'll never look at food the same way again.
Well, unfortunately, I think we're in agreement there.
I think we need time away. I don't think I can think of anything else in here.
Perhaps you're right. But even so, we move forward. And with that, I've set the coordinates.
Where are we going?
Well, I've always wanted to visit Blackpool. Or was I thinking of the Ivory Iron? Or Florana? Could be Florana. Possibly Carpathia.
Something doesn't feel right.
I know the feeling. I have a distinct feeling that I was putting down to cosmic angst. I should probably stop doing that.
What's that beeping sound?
Beeping sound? Oh, a distress call. More than one by the looks of it.
Definitely more than one. It's hundreds.
Thousands? Millions? billions, trillions, but that's impossible.
And that is when everything began to go wrong. The Doctor began to materialise in and out of existence, and it wasn't long before I followed. It wasn't long before he was out cold and I was left to try and fly the TARDIS. But it already had a destination in mind.
The final day. And welcome back to the podcast. And I'm here with Rassilon Productions. Hello.
Hello. Hello. My first time on the podcast.
Indeed, indeed. How have you been?
I've been all right. Yeah. Same old, really. Well,
Yes.
it's been good. Yeah.
Yeah, I imagine it's been a very, well, like we've talked to other people who do their own 60ths as well. It's been a very busy month or two trying to set everything up.
Yeah.
But you're obviously busy, hard at work doing, I suppose it's a Dark Days 60th, but like you've kind of alluded to before, it's a finale to the Endgame Saga.
Yeah. So it's linked to Dark Days in that's where the Endgame Saga originally started, but after a while I think it's just grown into its own thing. It's still under the Dark Days branding. But the Endgame Saga's kind of just grown and grown and grown and grown. So it's it's this big finale to that saga in particular.
And I was just having a look beforehand as well, that Dark Days began just under 3 years ago. Was it just under 3 years ago?
Yeah. I mean, there was 3 years ago. Blimey.
Yeah.
I kind of threw myself during the pandemic into it, you know.
Yeah, exactly. And I was just having a look now. There's one. There are a couple of stories here that I'm looking at the moment that have got titles before them going outdated and old. Are those? Would you class them as canon still, or not canon, or?
It's. I don't think there's really any canon or anything Start Days, but back then, there's a few ideas that I sort of backed down a bit on now, or just never really went anywhere. Like, I think since then I've developed a lot as a writer and an editor.
Yeah,
for sure. And as I don't like the idea of deleting old projects. I think that's a very I don't especially since a lot of hard work went into it at the time, and I respect how much I've kind of grown since then. But I think there are particular reasons why they're updated. Quality is a huge thing, but there are other stories that are not up to, but I keep them. It's strange, but like during the sacrifice of Arkytekt, the story ends with the Sim Master regenerating the DWEM Master.
Oh, I see.
Stuff like that, which is stuff that I'm very much. It would be a kind of the equivalent of an Unbound or Divergent story, and while Dark Days doesn't exist in the canon, I don't necessarily see that going anywhere now, and it's not necessarily something I want to do now.
Yeah, it's not something that where the story is going to further develop with that. It's more just something that you can say happened.
Yeah, I think with Dark Days there are a few stories because of how chaotic and bonkers it was, especially at the beginning, and with me learning at the time that just at that time didn't really have a plan in mind or didn't really go anywhere. In recent times, I think I've gained more I guess a more controlled sort of stance. I've developed more as a writer and an editor, and I'm proud of how far it's come, but I've got more of a plan now, more of a and I think
what started out as I suppose it's how we all start out, really. We start out experimental, trying things, and there are some things that work and some things that don't work that we take forward, and this is just one of those things that was experimental but didn't really work for you, and the style you wanted to go down, and you've refined it into something now what you want to do, and those whilst they're old, like whilst they're marked maybe as something like outdated or old, they're still something that you want there to show where you started, I suppose.
Yeah, exactly. I think that's very important. I think it's because it was very, it was a very humble start. It was like the way I started was I kind of just threw myself into it. Really,
Yeah.
I started a group chat with a team at the time, most of which I don't really talk to now, but I hope they're doing well. But it was I went in with a very ambitious outlook, wanting to do all of these different stories already out the gate with all of these different doctors. And it's fair to say that ambition hasn't really died down, but the way I've gone about it has. It's it's changed a lot, and I still think I have a lot of organization to do. I think Dark Days as a concept was very an experiment. It was to go as kind of, it's, if you look at some of the early work, it's fan fiction that's unapologetically fan fiction. It's, you know, it's
Yeah, I get what you mean.
that's how I described it at the time. You know, you have the Fifth Doctor and the Gang of Doctor, which is a story I'm still very proud of. All of it is, really. I'm still very proud of it all. But it's changed a lot, and going onwards, I want to create something more organized. Yet still, it still has that chaotic and you know, that sort of I would say fan nature to it. These are stories that you could only really tell as a fan, you know, as within a fan capacity. Because I believe there are stories that you can tell in a fan capacity and an official capacity, and both are fan writers. Both are fan writers, but there are stories that you couldn't tell in an official capacity. Like there was that story I did with the First Doctor, where he ends up in the year 2009, and it's during 456, and
I still really hope you continue that in some shape or form.
Definitely, that's definitely something I've been continuing, but this year's kind of been taken over by Endgame.
Oh, of course, yeah, and considering like how much is being built up towards that. I mean, I was just now having a look as well to see when the first audio I'd heard of Dark Days wasn't. It was around 2 years ago with Leading the Revolution, which had 13.
Yes, that was the first ever Endgame Saga story, really, and it's I think
and then
even
it leads on with Dom afterwards, doesn't it?
Yes, I think even in itself, I think the Endgame Saga shows a lot of how, you know, how I've kind of, how I see my journey on the platform. I think looking at it from there, I think I have developed, even in Endgame over the last 2 years. I think every creative on board has, and I think it's very interesting because I'm still very proud of every Endgame Saga story, and it's a saga that has meant so much to me over the last 2 years. But yeah, really proud of it all.
I think it should be, because the amount of collaborations you've had as well. Like there are, well, I would struggle to find a list of people who you haven't worked with on Dark Days. I think admittedly, I think I'm on the list of haven't, but I know that we're kind of developing something a little bit in the background, aren't we?
No, actually, you are in the first one very briefly at the end.
I'm in part one, aren't I? Part one of...
Yeah, you have that short segment as you kind of glitch between different cyber.
Cyber Cravat.
Yes, Cyber
I
Cravat.
think I've nicknamed it that, haven't I? Cyber Cravat.
Yeah. But yeah, it's a very expansive saga, and I've worked with a lot of people. And I've still got a lot of people who I'll be working with in the finale, which I've boldly named Endgame of the Doctor Part 3: The 100 Doctors, which is not an understatement.
No, I imagine not. You have to hold on to that.
I think I've shown you the spreadsheet at some point. It's it's a very ambitious narrative. That
and you're you're trying to do something not just in terms of the number of people. That's ambitious in itself, but also the fact that you're trying to keep as little variance as possible. Like, you know, where I suppose, like, for example, Dom with the Purple Doctor on DW 2012 and the Frontier Doctor on Overton Audios, and then Arkytekt, those wouldn't count as 3 Doctors. You want to have as many features as possible from individuals.
Yes, exactly. It's kind of like it's because arguably, if I was to do the 100 Doctors, I could, George Godera, for example, I could bring out all of his Doctors.
Has he got 7?
Yes, 7, and that would take up 7. But I think it's it's I really want to celebrate this community and the creativity within it. I think it's so important to do that, especially for the 60th. And I think fan doctors, writers, producers are a huge part of what makes this community so brilliant. You know, it's something I'm so passionate about, and working with all these people has been an absolute joy. There's some people that I've been working with that I never ever pictured myself working with ever. I don't think I've revealed this yet, but I'll say here there are two doctors that I absolutely just I are some of probably the most well-known fan dots in the community that are a part of Endgame. That would be the interim doctor from Devious, as played by Tony Garner.
Oh, yeah.
And the and Nick Scoville's doctor from Power of the Daleks.
I do love those two.
And his own era. He's got his own which I've also avidly listened to. Yeah, so those are two examples of out of the 100 that it's just an absolute joy working with everyone. And they're just it's insane sometimes thinking about it, how far the project's come. Yeah, it's really insane.
Yeah, and it was around. So I'm still scrolling through the massive list of Dark Days at the moment as well. Like, I'm looking here, and there's one with the end game of the Doctor Part 2, which obviously on the cover is the Northern and Young Doctors as well. And there's obviously Visiting Hours with Blonde, which I believe at the time that was that DW 2012 version of Blonde.
Yes, that was.
I swear I swear, like, there's a couple of ideas about, like, basically the cravat that's appeared in Dark Days so far has been the DW 2012 version.
Yeah, it's obviously a lot's changed since then about everything. You know, it just goes to show how far, like, and how much has gone into this project. Really, that so much has changed in my life since I started Endgame, and in turn, I've changed a lot as a person. My ideas have changed a lot, and the people I work with, and so on and so on. Endgame of the Doctor Part 1 is an incredibly important audio to me. It was the last story that my dad listened to. And I remember him turning towards me because they listened to it on the Christmas it released, my mum and my dad. And they turned to me and they said, "That was amazing, son. That was great.
That's amazing."
I really enjoyed that." And they managed to follow it and everything. It was which is why it's not the only reason, but this saga is so important for me to finish, because there's an element of closure there as well.
Yeah.
Obviously, I dedicate a lot of this saga to my dad.
Of course, yeah.
But a lot has happened in my life that's changed. Everything's kind of changed throughout this saga, and it's followed me throughout these big moments and these big losses, and I believe, you know, it's such a big part of my life. It'll be a joy, but it'll be bittersweet to finish it, you know, when it comes to okay.
Have you got I know this is probably going to be a bit of a spoilery question here, but have you got any plans for where you want to take Dark Days after?
Yeah, that's a good question. I think
or is it going to be more like something where you give it a little bit of a rest for a little bit and look to other avenues for a bit? Like, I suppose you've got, like, for example, Techno Doctor.
Yeah, there definitely needs to be a bit of a rest, I'd say. I'm happy to continue it. I'm happy to. There'll need to be some restructure and reform. Probably a different series. I know I wanted to do series 2 at some point, but and I know Dark Days is the brand I'm most associated with on my channel at the moment. But I do want to try different things. I do want to try new things, and obviously I've got uni at the moment. I'm just starting my second year.
So final year is just around the corner then, basically.
Exactly, and that's going to be huge. I mean, the
Yeah.
second 40% of my grade, so that's huge in itself. So, I'm gonna try and keep it to my own stories after I finished projects for other people. You know, I've still got collaborations with people. I know I'm working with Aaron on some Technodot's films that'll come out. I know that's taken a while to get the second one out and actually find time to work on it properly because of everything. But
yeah,
and I do want to I want to try new things. And I think Dark Days has always been a great way of doing that because it's such a varied and bonkers and crazy series. It's an experiment, and the series in itself, it can be such a it can cover such a scope. It's a multiverse series, you can do anything and everything. But I want to be more structured and more because there was moments in time where I would, just do anything and everything,
yeah.
and not all of it was. I can look back and say while I am proud of it, not all of it is up to a standard that I look at now as the standard I strive to work towards.
Yeah.
And that's okay because it was a beginning. It was a beginning point for me, and I think because I've changed so much as a person, so much as a creative, I think I've just reached a new sort of, even from an editing standpoint, I think it took me months to realize that, those little mouth clicking noises. And now I look back at some of my older audios and I realize, oh, they're there. But, there's that sense of it was a beginning point. And
it's like I look back on my audios back from like 2016 to 2018. Those were really when I was making them every 3 months or so.
Yeah.
It's completely different to the way I make things now.
Yeah.
But you look back on it and you may internally cringe a little bit going, God, why don't I get rid of this? Why don't I edit that? But then you think back and go, this is how you learned. This is how you learned that your humble beginnings, so to speak, and you get to look back on them and remember the feeling you had making them. And
I did delete some of the oldest Dark Days content.
Okay.
I did back when I didn't realize the importance, and some of them were written by other people back in the time. But because I was always planning on redoing them, and I just moved on at that point because it was such a there was Nightwalkers originally. That was the original episode 1 of Dark Days.
Oh wow!
But I do wish I kept it. I do wish I kept it up there because it wasn't written by me. I should have kept it up there. I do regret not doing so, even though it was really rough. It's still extremely. And maybe I'll find it one day. Maybe the writer Tom can help me on that. But it's it's something I find a lot of creatives do that I do wish that didn't happen as much. Deleting old content. I understand there's a level of you've grown, you've come such a long way, but there is something to be had to have that older content still there, I think. But yeah, I think going onwards when it comes to Dark Days, I don't really want to do some of the arcs that I had set up. I want to do. I don't know, something about Endgame makes me wish that I'd set up Endgame a lot earlier, that I had this set up for it, but I'm still because it's kind of distanced itself from Dark Days as a concept, but it's still labeled under Dark Days, like it has series outside of Dark Days that are linked to it. So, but yeah, I think it'll be interesting to see where Dark Days goes after this. I'm interested to see where it goes and what I have planned at this point, but there are no set in stone plans. I'd say there were, but not anymore. It was what happens.
Things change, don't they? And that's kind of part of the journey. Then, but
yeah. I think and obviously, as I mentioned, I've got uni, and I want to get into the creative industry as a whole and myself. And while I'll always continue fan content, I always want to. I have such a pride and joy for the fan content I've already produced and being a part of others and working with people in the community. Obviously, I do want to. I have a lot of stuff going on at uni and a lot of stuff that I want to push forward in the creative industry as well. But
that stuff must take priority, mustn't it? Really,
of course, always. Even when I work with people, the one thing I always remind them is to put their real life first. And that's a weird way of putting it, really, but to put personal life and experiences and personal projects first, rather than and sometimes that has led to delays. Sometimes that has, but I'd much rather they're putting their professional life first than my fan content. And that I do believe there is an importance in that, and respecting people in that, as long as they're honest with you. I think honesty is a huge part in that. As long as you're honest with them and they're honest with you, then that's a healthy working relationship, and being respectful of their professional and their personal life. And I try to be that, and I'm trying to be that to myself at the moment. Because Endgame has taken a huge priority over the year, but when I've got to make 2 films for next week, for 2 very short films for short film course, so I'm just it's about a balance, really.
Of course, yeah. I mean, that's something I've been having a similar thing with as well. With Overton Audios, this year has been so much more predominantly Doctor Who fan content that I'm kind of getting burnout from all the Doctor Who stuff. I want to move on to, not completely, I still want to make Who content. I've got a lot of love for Doctor Who, but doing it all the time, I just can't do it. I think this year I've only made Supers Volume 2 and then another short audio drama called On the Scene. And I just wish I'd done a little bit more than just those.
I've seen a lot of your original content. There was one that stood out to me, one that I particularly loved because it was such a lovely, it was such a interesting depiction of grief that was relatable.
I know where you're going.
Ruben. It was the one with Ruben as the main character. What was it called?
It's called Me, Myself, and Her.
Yeah, that was such a really, I really loved that one. That was, it was such critical performances, editing, writing. It was perfect.
Yeah, I'd adapted that from my GCSE media final major project because I'd based it off of a film, loosely called Charlie St. Cloud.
Oh yeah.
Which starred Zac Efron back in 2009, and it was about a man or young man who had lost their little brother in a car accident.
Yeah.
And then they'd go to he'd go to their favorite place in the woods and play ball, and they'd just talk. But he'd be falling in love with someone, and then he'd be seeing the ghost of the brother, and they'd just be talking like brothers. But actually, it was about grief and moving forward and not being so attached to the past. And I just adapted that as essentially someone trying to move away, start a new chapter of their life elsewhere, but not being sure if they can let go of the past. And I thought that was quite prevalent because I had a couple of friends, ex-friends now, who guilt tripped me into staying home for uni.
Blimey, yeah.
And then, within a year or so, I'd fallen out with them. Things were never the same again. And it was just one of those things where it was kind of therapeutic in many ways. You know what I mean? Move forward and do what's best for you, whilst also bringing the people you love with you on that journey.
Yeah, that's such a prolific and meanlomeaningful message, not just E, but people listening will relate to that a lot. I feel like a lot of, and I look forward to seeing more of your original content because it's such a, it's something that I want to delve into as most definitely next year, because obviously this year 60th, but next year I will definitely try to see if I because I'll be writing original content for uni anyways, and I'll probably be putting that on my channel when I can, and then it will be there'll be content outside of Doctor Who that I'll post on my channel next year as well. I definitely want to do that. I want to there's quite a bit of content I want to bring back as well. The talk withs I want to bring back.
Yes, I do like those.
Because I was really, really fond of those series. And some of them, I did record a few episodes, they just didn't come out because I was in a bit of a bad mental state at the time. Stuff happened, life escalated. so I might reach out to those people and re-record with them, because quite a bit of the information is either, you know, people have moved on, things have changed.
Yeah.
You know, at the time we were discussing Shootie's one costume. And
Wow.
I actually called it that he would have I really wanted him to have a Pertwee-esque costume change every sort of few episodes, or every episode or so. And that was my wish, and I got it, thank God. Just Shooty, that is probably some of my
The merchandising team are going crazy.
Oh yeah, I can imagine. Yeah, and
I wonder if they'll release it with interchangeable clothes.
yeah,
Like I know they've done it with a couple of like Barbies before.
Yeah.
I wonder if they'll do something like that where you can like you get like, I don't know, I suppose it would cost a lot to do.
I
to
mean,
get, like,
it would
interchangeable
be great
clothes.
to have a Shooty Ken, because of course,
yeah,
the Barbie movie anyways. That would
True,
be
true.
And I mean, we got didn't we get a Barbie doll of 13 at some point? Because I remember I got that for Christmas once.
Yes, yes.
Yeah. So maybe some more collaborations with Barbie. I think that's definitely something they could definitely do, especially with the Barbis and all that, the cross promotion during the time of Barbie and Shootie's involvement in the movie.
What's the Barbis?
The pink TARDIS. The pink TARDIS they put
I
outside.
didn't realise it had a name. The Barbis.
That's the name I've heard, and that's the name I'm really fond of that name. It's really
Barbis.
The Barbis.
We must get to the Barbis.
Oh, that's
Wow, I
definitely
never heard
canon.
that one.
That is definitely canon.
There you go. We know what to do for the next Endgame Saga. It's the Barbis. Just get a Margot Robbie impersonator or Ryan Gosling.
Oh well, Ryan Gosling, big fan. I'm sure he's really interested in fan content. I'm sure he's an avid fan.
That's the next step. Have the surprise twist cameo.
Oh God, I think reaching out to his agents would be a bit difficult, let alone securing the funding.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. It's yeah, I definitely want to get back on content like that. And of course the 456 one that I did. I definitely want to do.
Please. I'm a hardcore fanboy. You've got to.
Yeah. Especially since where I left it off of that is very open-ended at the moment. And I need to bring Susan back. I need to resurrect her, because I can't just kill off Susan and not bring her back. That's quite
it's very heartbreaking for me.
very heartbreaking. It's very heartbreaking for me. But
How could you do this to her?
Yeah.
She's done so much for this program.
Oh, I know. I'm looking forward to the union.
Yes, for once and future.
Yeah, that's very exciting. I'm really enjoying Big Finish's 60th so far. It was really
I feel like if I'm gonna have a balanced opinion of it, I feel like it could have been a little bit shorter, but I'm really enjoying it. The last three of the series, I think, are really good. Like that's being a Planetoid 50,
and then there's
Time Lord Immemorial, and the Union. They all connect together really nice and smoothly, one after the other. I feel like maybe one or two could have been removed, but in total, it's nothing that really.
I see why they've included them all, and I think it's it's interesting because like I don't think there's one that I've particularly not enjoyed. I think they've all been enjoyable.
No, I agree. It's just been my confusion with some of them has been their connection to the overall story, where you think this really could have worked, but it didn't need to be in this story. It could have been that Doctor.
Yeah, I agree. I think it's I see why. I do see why, but I do agree. Because I understand them wanting to get everyone involved and so forth and so on.
Yeah, exactly, and that's what it's all about, really.
That's what it's all about.
It's a celebration of the show. That's what it's about. In the day, like you say.
Yeah. And I enjoyed Genius for War. Genius for War was one.
I love anything that brings back that old trial station, and the variant of the music they always introduce every time it appears.
Yeah,
I love it. Like this one was, it was harkening back to the trial opening, that
Yeah.
had a bit more of a militaristic stance about it, and I really enjoyed that. And then
Love that trial station. Absolutely love it.
you can't fault that trial station.
And it was lovely getting Warner and Nine together, especially since Warner's last performance. That was
It's very nice. Have you heard the whole thing?
Yes, yeah,
It's very nice. It's very nice at the end when he runs. Not like when I say runs off. It's not like it's not action that's happening. It's just he's trying to find Benny.
Yeah,
and it's a nice little thing at the end that they both carry on together.
Yeah, it's a nice ending to the character. I think. I do wonder where they're going to take Benny now. But
I had heard, and it could all just be pure speculation. So I'm just going to say that now as a quick, I suppose you could say caveat for this. I had heard rumors and whispers that the next volume they had planned was going to be the last one with them. They were doing Cybermen in this one, and the next one would have been Daleks. That's the whispers I'd heard. But obviously it's about trying to be respectful to both David Warner and Lisa Bowerman.
Yeah,
about how they move forward.
Yeah, that's the main thing. That really is the main thing, and yeah, it'll be interesting to see what happens. But as long as it's respectful, I'll love it either way.
Yeah, exactly.
But, I'm looking forward to seeing your 60th as well. Your 60th.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, that's been a little bit nightmarish to put together, but we've finished it. At the moment, as of recording, we've got Jed currently scoring the third and final part.
Yes, yeah.
And then we'll be done.
Yeah.
And there was me sat there in January, so worried it was going to be late.
Yes, I'm worried when it comes to Endgame so far. I am trying to get it all out as one thing, as one big finale, but I am kind of in that stage of prioritizing uni and prioritizing my mental health at the moment. So if I can't get the full thing out, there will be something that comes out on the 60th. There will be at least a part of the finale that will come out on the 60th. And it will at least have and I will get everything finished within the 60th year. That's my plan. And Jed's coming to help write it, finish with some of the.
Oh, that's good.
Is just not. This project. I know Jed's been helping out with a lot of 60ths.
Yep.
But me and him have been working through this year. I mean, I've been doing the editing side of it. We've been kind of co-writing time glitches and stuff and finishing off some rewrites of it, and so on, and finishing it off. And I feel like it will. I will. It won't be if the full thing doesn't come out on the 60th, which would be quite defeating. But if it needs to be that way, it won't be split up into parts as per se. It will be done as acts. So it'll be Endgame to part 3, Act 1 and 2, and then Act 3 and 4 will be a separate video, and then I'll release a movie edit once it's all out there.
Do that if you can, as maybe like a New Year thing.
Yeah,
for the movie edit.
Yeah, that's the sort. That's the that's the general idea. And I'm hoping. It's the main thing now is really getting some of the more ambitious scenes done, the huge multi-doctor scenes done, and getting everyone's lines in for that, and that's. The majority of lines are in at the moment. I've currently got 75 doctors who've recorded their lines.
Wow.
Which is
70.
Yeah.
I think the largest amount I had in the PRISM 60th was 35 people. And that edit nearly burned up my computer.
Mine's I'm
can't imagine how yours is.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to get more hard drives to do mine. Yeah, and it's quite exciting with Endgame. There's another few things Endgame saying. There are a few cover artists involved, so it's not going to be one cover throughout. So I think that's
that's good.
I think that's quite important because Endgame isn't just a celebration of fan doctors, it's also just a celebration of fan creativity. and throughout the entire saga, I've tried to get different art styles and different cover artists on board.
Oh, that's great. Yeah.
I've been leaning towards kind of the drawn art style with a few recently.
Similar to what they've done recently with the first Doctor box set, Big Finish. They've had a lot more of them be hand drawn, haven't they?
Yeah, so I got Tig on board to do Memories of Wilted Rose, and
that's good.
I got Bo to do Silence Has Fallen, and we've all been collaborating. And I got different musicians for those as well, and there'll be different musicians. Because Endgame Part 3 is such a the narrative itself can include different styles and different musicians and all that, because it's a reality ending event where time doesn't matter. Reality is consistently glitching and nothing remains the kind of same in that regard. That the screen will glitch and it will take you to a different sort of area in this war, or something will change in the scene. So I found that kind of way to include different artists and different musicians here and there. And yeah, it will all culminate in a very ambitious scene, so shall I say, with but throughout there will be different cover artists, and I've included different musicians in the final part as well.
Okay, that's good.
It'll be mainly scored by Jed, I'd say. But there'll be I know I've got Anthony Tremaine. He made two tracks for the finale. He made a Time War theme and a
that's good.
That would give away one of the big things of it, so I won't say what the
Yeah,
title.
no worries. Gotta have some suspense.
And Hudson Music as well has made some stuff.
Oh, that's good. That's good. I think there are quite a few composers that have recently come together to create Rhapsody music.
Yes, yeah.
I'm looking forward to hopefully being able to collaborate with more people through that.
Yeah. And something I'm not sure if I told you yet, but I may as well tell you here. But I've reached out to Joel, Poly H2. Now this hasn't been finished yet. It could be a thing, could not be a thing. I don't want to. It's they've said they're doing it, but if it's not finished, it's not finished. But as I said, they've got a lot going on in their life right now, and they've got to prioritize that. But I've basically asked them to do a drawn cover of Cravat and Julia.
Oh, that would be nice. Oh.
Yeah,
I hope they do my hairline justice.
Again, it could be finished by the time that it could not be. And it'll be for a few scenes with Cravat and Julia, who and yeah, that'd be lovely. And of course there's one styled on the Unbound series, but I don't want to spoil too much, give too much away.
Yeah.
But yeah, there's it's very ambitious, and I'll definitely get something out. I've edited 30 minutes of it. 30 minutes of the edit, it's completely done. So everyone listening will at least know you'll at least get 30 minutes. So yeah, you'll at least get I'm aiming for at least an hour as the cutoff point. So that'll be at least something that I can release. Yeah, it'll be the final episode will be longer than that, or way longer than that. It'll be I imagine it being feature length from the script wise at the moment, from how long it is.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's a lot to look forward to for everyone watching and listening.
Indeed. Well, is there anything else you want to talk about, or are you happy for us to wrap this up?
Yeah, I'd say there's gonna be a few. I'm hoping to get a few techno things released before the end of the year. I think it's a great year to kind of release stuff like that to kind of it correlates perfectly with the timing of the 60th. Not for just that reason, but I am working with a few other writers. There's a few films in progress, stuff like that. I might need help from people in the community to do that, and but so far there'll be a few techno audios which I'm really looking forward to. Techno appearing in other people's 60ths. Quite a thing. I'm always really proud to be a part of other people's work and other people's 60th. It brings me so much joy to do that.
Oh, that's good.
I won't reveal whose projects I'm in, but I mean, quite a few, and there's an ongoing joke currently that's revealed in Endgame and other projects that all of these 60ths, all of these multi-Doctor stories happen within the same relative 24 hours for Techno. And Techno does not like being in multi-Doctor stories. So it's a really, really a challenging day for him. But, yeah, so that's
poor man.
If there's any other 60ths that people are looking for Doctors to be a part of, happy to appear as Techno. More than happy. But yeah, I understand it's quite late into the year now. We're getting closer. So but if there's any future projects as well, I'm happy to appear as Techno. But yeah, that's pretty much everything I've to talk about. It's been a pleasure.
Indeed. Well, thank you again. Thank you again so much.
Thank you for inviting me on the podcast. It's a real joy to be on it. It's always been a podcast that I love watching. It's
thank you.
Yeah, it's a real joy to be part of.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. And then we shall return to future me and whoever is hosting, because I haven't chosen yet who's hosting, because not everyone can host because of how busy it is. But yes, anyway, back to them. Farewell. And welcome back to the podcast for the final part of the podcast. Now, we were thinking about not doing a comments review for this podcast because there's so much in this already. We thought it might not work, but Sutton here has kind of twisted my arm by thinking about making it more of a topical themed
well, I've
comments review.
invited a friend along, effectively. He'll be here any sort of moment now. But effectively, I thought maybe if we got him in, it would be more fun.
No, this is true. This is true. So we're going to be reading some comments for Doctor Who Multiversal teaser trailer, for the PRISM 60th announcement, Doctor Who Divergence, The Bloodied Hand, and then the most recent episode of Inquisition of a Time Lord, La Belle Epoque Part 1. And I leave it in your friend's capable hands. Or
yes, hang on, he's just coming in now. No, Nidrach! No, don't do that. I think he's eating my dog.
No.
Very tasty indeed. Put the dog down. For God's sake. I'll get another dog. Anyway, I'll leave you with Nidrach now. Hello, Overton Audios podcast. It is I, Nidrach the Foamasi. Today, I'm going to be reading the comments for Doctor Who Multiversal teaser trailer from Multivoice Voice Entertainment 7013. Well, I can't wait to see this fan film and see how it all turns out. It is an audio. You will see nothing. Well, holy crap. Does this look epic? 4 exclamation marks. Cannot wait. 5 flame emojis from Ryan Dumphy. Dumphy? 60. Stookies everything. 6,153. Nicely done. 2 hearts. MMS 96,155. Very interesting. So, the project I thought was the 60th minisodes turns out to be this project instead. Very interesting indeed. Origins Productions, 1963. Ooh. Things just got out of hand. Dr. Redivivus. Redivivus. That is not a human word. That is not one of your silliness. Hang on. Did I just count 6 doctors? Question mark. Damar. The video quality looks so British bad. Your English is British bad. Continuing on. Announcement. The Conqueror of Time. Doctor Who PRISM 60th anniversary. Yuhan the Blue. I have made enough progress in the most of the Doctor's series here that this looks to be promising and superb. What a lineup and a cast. Wait, no, that was not English. What a lineup of a cast. Apologies, Johan, I have failed you. Filmstorm Studios, 8,571. This looks absolutely amazing. I can't wait. Annie Mall, which is not to be confused with the type of animal, 5,605. Can't wait. Sounds awesome. Dr. Redivivus is back. Can I still call it a stellar cast when I'm in it? On the Foamasi homeworld, we approve of your ego. 96,155. Okay. Hype engines on. Here we go. November 2023, here we go. But there is one thing I must ask. Does the PRISM 60th explain everything? No. There is no answer to everything. 96,155. It is all meaningless. Ryan Dunphy, 60. Ah! Let's go! 4 fire emojis. Lewis Wheelhouse. Avengers! Assemble! Moving on. Doctor Who Divergence, Episode 10, The Bloody Hand. Written by Jed T.E. Rhodes, starring Chelsea Lagan, Julia Breslin / The Crimson Hunter, and Luke Lane as Devlin. Also starring Michelle Willows, the receptionist. 96,155. Really liked this one. Didn't expect a Crimson Hunter episode, but I'm glad we get one. Why? Why did you not expect a Crimson Hunter episode? Like, there's always a Crimson Hunter episode. It's always fantastic hearing Chelsea as Julia, even if this version of Julia was a more worn contractor than the rookie she's been shown to be during the Crimson Hunter times. I nearly did tear up at some points down to her performance. She really made it worth it. Finally, Luke back at... This is very wordy. This man talks a lot. Finally, Luke back as Devlin after the volume last year. I'm really glad we finally have a Devlin performance which works to the ages. Is that to say all of his other performances weren't to the ages? Please. Sure. I might be now a bit more ambivalent towards his fourth wall humor, but the performance made it work, and so did the writing. Also, he did land one of the funniest jokes with another cast member, so I'll give him points for that. 9 out of 10. Luke Lane. Watch it. That's a threat. Dr. Redivivus. What remains curious is how the tenderness of these two psychopaths towards each other should prove such compelling listening. The gruesome murder at the beginning of the story establishes this version of Julia as an unsympathetic character. One could quite easily align oneself with the Green family, who want justice served on her for what she has done. I haven't listened to this audio, I won't lie to you. Like other versions of Devlin, this one also tries to deflect the emotional weight of his decisions through humor. However, when they are together, they express all of the aspects we would expect to see in the genuine friendship of well-adjusted persons. Care, respect, loyalty, selflessness. That explains a lot about my friendship group. Selfishness is usually there. And love. The Bloodied Hand not only provides Julia and Devlin with their unwanted showdown, it also gives them an opportunity to explore the value of their friendship one last time. TT Productions 23. This is so good! ! Which received 3 likes. Multi-Voice Entertainment 7013. You know, that's the one thing I've always liked listening to, the chemistry between Julia and Devlin. I'm always in for interspecies romance. Ew. It's just too bad it had to end this way, and I always enjoyed the audios between the two. The Blue Kazoo. 5,677. Julia sounds more menacing than I remember when I recorded this. And finally, I think, Doctor Who, Inquisition of a Time Lord, Episode 7, La Belle Époque, Part 1, written by Peter Adams and Eamon Longman, starring Peter Adams, Joanna Baker, Michael Cox, Vanessa Macaulay, James York, Ian Harris, Asa Holmes, and Jacob Overton, directed by Connor Chadwick. Oh, and edited by Abby Louise, cover up by Daniel Patton. C'est magnifique! Leaving aside Connor's superb accordion playing, what I like most about this story is that I could easily imagine the BBC making it in Season 5. It all just hits the right notes. Plot, timing, character dynamics, things which only come from knowing Doctor Who very well. To the authors, très bien. On a side note, I think the French accents hold up very well, even mine. Oui, oui, Dr. Reddy Vivas. Johann the Blue. Thoroughly enjoyable. This one just flew by. Pardon the unintended pun. Ha ha. Interesting choice of conflict and enemy too. Guess I have to wait till next week to hear if my theory on the villain's true identity is true or not. A smiley face emoji. And that is the end of the comment reading. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Nidrach.
Do I get my children's fingers now?
Yes, Sutton will give them to you on the way out.
Get out. I mean, you've already had a pug. Go on, out. Out with you. He's scuttling down the corridor. He's gone the wrong way, though. I don't know where he's going. I do have another dog, actually. Oh, dear.
Right, well, I think in that case, we should probably end the podcast quickly then, shouldn't we?
Yeah, I probably should stop him.
Yes, indeed. Thank you very much for the reading, Nidrach. And wherever he is now.
There's a loud crash upstairs and a whimper. I think it's all over for the border collie.
Oh, no. Oh. But yes, thank you very much to everyone for listening to this podcast if you've made it this far. And of course, thank you to James Sutton for being available to host. It had to happen sooner than later, didn't it?
Yes, it did. It did. I've been in the queue to be a co-host for a while, and I think given the amount of 60ths I'm in, I think no one was more qualified to have this conversation than me.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. But nonetheless, thank you again, and thank you all for listening, and we both bid thee a farewell. Farewell, everyone.
Farewell.